thank you for everyone to just up in that fast. Okay, that's very good to know. Thank you very much, K Dot. I guess you have seen Obi-Wan, did you?
I seen Obi-Wan, Mando season 3, but not Andor. Well, I'm choosing not to watch Andor. I'm probably never going to watch it, even out of curiosity, even if
I
I'm
mean,
bored.
I thought it
It's
was good, but I guess Multi disagreed.
well, I just finished all 12 episodes like when I was on the car back home. Um it wasn't great, it wasn't bad either, but it's a well done show. So it's worth watching, that's all I can say, but
I mean, wasn't that
it's not.
interesting. That I will say that, but yeah.
So basically, because we only got K Dot for half an hour, um we will ask you a lot of stuff, K Dot.
Oh
Uh
dear, I'm the guinea
before
pig.
before we dive deep into Obi-Wan, what did you thought of Mandalorian third season?
Third season of Mandalorian. Um, I thought it was fine. It's not as good as the second season in terms of like a strong opening and ending on a strong note with Luke showing up, Grogu's emotional departure, blah blah blah. And then season 3 kind of comes in. It, Mando does not feel like a lead character. It feels like they are using him to prop up other characters. And there's been some theories where people saying like, "Oh, Grogu is actually the main protagonist," and I wouldn't be shocked if that's the case because this season he got shown up by Bo-Katan. The thing they did with the dark saber, it really seemed like Mando was going to be built up as a character that was going to potentially use the dark saber and possibly, I don't know, help rule Mandalore with Bo-Katan. Not saying as a romantic partner, but he is going to have a big part. Then they just delegate him back to this just like simple bounty hunter that just goes across the galaxy. Now he's on his farm with his son, and it's like they set up so many things and just didn't do nothing with it. It really felt like the Bo-Katan season. It felt like the Bo-Katan show, just like how when Mando came into Book of Boba Fett and he totally took over the show because Book of Boba Fett was just so crap, and his episodes were the best episodes of Boba Fett show, and he really took the shine. And that same thing happened here in season 3 with Bo-Katan. She felt like the lead character of the show. Not saying other characters cannot get shine in TV shows when you have a big ensemble cast, but it's called The Mandalorian, and The Mandalorian does not feel like the lead character of season 3. He feels more like a side character in his own show. But it wasn't
I
a bad season overall. It was just like, and especially the finale. I thought the finale compared to season two's finale. Not saying you have to have some other random Jedi show up. I'm not saying that, but it was just a meh finale compared to season 2, which ended on a strong note.
I agree with all you have said, and I will also add more to it. Like Mando had small arc here and there, but it really felt like the Bo-Katan TV show, and this is also why the anti-woke crowd, we mention them a lot because they are the example to not follow when you want to talk about media. So I like they really like to trash Mandalorian season 3 only because of Bo-Katan, and it's funny
Yeah,
because I thought
because I don't, real quick, I don't even think she's a bad character in the show. The problem is, the lead character is not getting the shiny supposed to, but Bo-Katan is far from being a bad character, if anything.
yeah, she is very flawed. She is well written. She is well rounded. She also has a character arc where she gets to lead again. She was kind of destroyed by her failure of the past, and that's a proof that you can write her well. So when these anti woke crowd are trashing her, they are just being sexist, and that's all they are. And it really shows their true colors when they ate the season just because of one characters. Now, is it the best season? No, it's the weakest season, but it's nowhere near as bad as what people tend to say and believe. Now, I won't dive too deep into it because I think Obi-Wan is much more entertaining to roast, and it's much more important to roast. So we will get back to Mendel later on, but if you would give like a grade out of 10 just to K Dot, because we will have our Mendel later on, what would be your grade out of 10, K Dot?
For season 3, I'll give it like a 6 out of 10.
Very interesting. So keep watching if you're watching, because sometimes watches don't show. But anyway, we will talk Mendel later on, and that will be a very interesting discussion to have. Now, I guess we can dive into Obi-Wan. Um, how do I put it? That
Uh,
was horrendous.
you don't even need to say anything. Just watch the video Parker sent. That's all you need.
But hey, we got a light at the end of the tunnel. DC liked it more than us, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad we won't sound like a freaking echo chamber. I really like that, and
You know
if
what? I think
why echo chambers are so good.
I think for this show specifically, an echo chamber is very necessary, even if DC likes it. Some things deserve to be echo chambered.
Yeah, definitely. And certain films and shows, I guess. Other things not so much.
Yeah.
so, we will let K Dot start on that. Obi-Wan, start any way you want. K Dot, you're the star for the
Yeah.
next
I mean, at least it
20-ish
was
minutes.
6 episodes only.
All right. Well, I'm gonna keep it simple by just bringing up certain things about this show. So there's probably 3 things that just pretty much tell you what this show is and how little effort they put into writing something like this. All right. I understand Star Wars does have a child audience, but let's not remember that these movies are and shows are written for everybody to be able to watch it. Star Wars is for kids for the most part. George Lucas has made that very clear. But the writing of this show felt like, have y'all seen the show Max and Ruby?
I haven't.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's
Or like, Oswald the Octopus or Sid the Science Kid. It reminded me of that. In the episode when Princess Leia was running from those 3 goons, that was the most Looney Tunes chase sequence I've ever seen in my life. They're like
that's the
literally
worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
they're literally tripping over themselves purposely to make it. I don't know what the director told them, but he said, "All right, we know you guys can catch this little girl. Just keep falling over and over again, and just look slow and incompetent."
Yeah,
Okay,
it's crazy.
But
It-
it might
it's-
go on. But in my defense of that, I do find it a little bit more believable than in Mandalorian, where Baby Yoda gets dropped like a million times, and it's literally in the middle of a battlefield and doesn't get hit like at least once.
Oh no, I mean, yeah, that's also that's just bad plot armor. I'm with you there.
Yeah.
And then you get to the other episode where they're helping Leia escape from that prison or whatever, and another Looney Tunes moment. He's walking out in front of these stormtroopers with this big old jacket. He has a big bump sticking outside of it, and they don't see like there's a little girl in that bump, and they're looking for this little girl that just escaped. She's right there under the jacket. Can nobody not see that? Like,
Yeah. But I mean, that's kind of like a dumb cliche in movies and TV shows, and even in real life sometimes, where it can be kind of obvious that there's someone. But I mean, who knows? I mean, it's just a cliche that happens often. But yeah, I can understand that point.
and then third thing, this is why I don't think the show should have been made in general. I think they could have just left it as is. I think the final confrontation between Vader and Anakin should have been on Mustafar. And then the next time they meet is on, in the New Hope. Having them fight at this particular moment, right? And Obi-Wan came to no longer accept Anakin anymore at the end of this show. he gave up on him. He was like, he's no help. I can't do nothing. Blah blah blah. So if that's the case, and mind you, he chose to become a Jedi again. It is your duty to deal with evil, and the fact that he left Vader and walked away when he could have killed him, and not say he would have ended the Empire's rule, but taking out Vader, a huge figure in the Empire, would have put a little damper on what they were trying to do. Now Sidious has to find a new apprentice or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But you would have heard it in some way. And the fact that he didn't do nothing, and then for the next 20, 10, whatever years, however long it takes Luke to get raised, he has his plan. Okay, I'm going to teach his son how to kill his father. When it's like, you could have just killed your own apprentice. You're the one who taught him. You're the one who educated him. You deal with what you created, what you helped create. Not saying he made him Vader, but you are also part of the reason why Anakin became Vader. You didn't support him. When the council told him, when the council didn't give him the rank he deserved and kept doubting him and kept thinking he was some, potential evil, Obi-Wan was pretty complicit. So it's like, you're raising his son to do what you need to do. And mind you, let's say if Luke never thought, let's say if Vader never revealed to Luke, I'm your father, Luke would have killed Vader. And then let's say he comes to find out later, you're putting his son to a traumatic situation. Like, imagine killing this man who you didn't know was your father. You find out later he's your father. You're just gonna break Luke even further. Like, oh wow, I just killed my father that I kind of wish I knew.
Yeah, I agree. And on top of that, Obi-Wan recognizes he is no more Anakin, he is Darth Vader. He recognized that shit. And you're telling me we'll let him go. I lost brain cell.
Like, I can understand if they ended it to where Obi-Wan still kind of accepted him as Anakin, but just didn't want to kill him and just left, then maybe. But he gave up on him in that moment, and it doesn't add up with the next couple years of Star Wars, because then you wonder, Obi-Wan, what was you doing? Because he wasn't training Luke. He didn't train Luke until A New Hope, and he barely trained him in A New Hope. So what was he doing this whole time after
Sleeping and cutting himself from the Force, because this is how Disney does it.
I mean,
my.
And honestly, I think the show would have been better off if they was going to do it this way. I think it would have been better off as like a 2-hour movie. If you was going to do this, you would have had to write it better. But I think it should have been a 2-hour movie on Disney Plus or release it in theaters. Could have got some money out of it.
They're too afraid to, though, right now.
Yeah, and besides, it's Disney, so it's not like they would care.
Yeah, well, they don't care about the franchise anyway, so you're right on that.
So yeah, I mean, that's really all I have to say about it. But I mean, I will give the show one good thing about the show. The final fight between Vader and Anakin is not as good as the original Mustafar fight, but it wasn't a bad fight. And Vader sunning Reva and making her look pathetic was also pretty cool. But that's about it.
I mean, it wasn't bad, but I don't know. I expect more these days with the fight choreography and with the Star Wars franchise and, from before and such, like, especially after seeing those horrible ones in the new trilogy and like The Last Jedi and such. Like, it isn't, it was one of the better things in this show, but I don't know if I can still consider it to be good, but
yeah, it was all right for Vader. I was like, okay, this choreography works for him. Like, him using the Force with his combat kind of made fighting Vader make a little bit more sense.
Yeah, I don't know. I expect more these days, though. Like, it was one of, if there's something in the show that's like good, I would agree, K-Dots, it's that. But like, you look at some of the fight stuff in like the animated shows or like the video games, and what they can do in films nowadays, and with lightsabers,
I feel you. It's
stuff,
like
and with the Force,
it's like a huge disconnect. I'm not sure if you guys may agree, but and just like what Cole was bringing up, between the animation and live action, I think the only time,
and the video games as well, it's just like, what are they doing in the live action films? I don't get it.
and also the video games, there's like a huge disconnect between how Jedis and lightsabers and the Force works. Like, you know, you go to, mind you, it was years ago. Choreography was not as good as it was today, or a little bit after that. But in New Hope, you compare that to how the Jedi fight in Rebels or Clone Wars, even in the games like Force Unleashed. It's a huge disconnect.
Yeah, I mean, back then though, it made, you know, they have more leeway because it's older, but also because they weren't really focusing on like the lightsaber stuff. There wasn't even like it wasn't really like a thing back then. It was a bit of a thing in the Empire Strikes Back, but that's it. They didn't. It was sort of just like they didn't even really think about it. It was just like on a side thing. They didn't really think about like lightsaber duels back then. So because of that, we can give it leeway because they weren't, you know.
Yeah,
it wasn't like a main thing, but also
I'm,
because, you know, in some of the fight stuff, like again in the A New Hope with Obi-Wan, you know, it's like it was more so just buying time and then, you know, like accepted his fate or something with the Force. And it also would make sense, you know, in the trilogy later on because maybe he saw something there with, you know, Vader eventually turn into the good. I don't know, but, you know, I'm buying time and stuff. But then what this show did, it made it now like, what the fuck? It made it make no sense now. Good job, show. You did a fantastic job. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's just so stupid. It's like the Rocka guys. They made YouTube videos with this stuff that are better done than these fucking $250 million Star Wars shows.
Rocka should have directed all the episodes of Obi-Wan. That would have been peak cinema.
Yeah, no, it would have been better. Yeah, after they made that Talk to Me film, yeah, it would have been better. And like seriously, they made so many skits and with like lightsabers and stuff on their channels that are better than all these $250 million films and shows have done. It's embarrassing. And also the guy who did Chronicle, that film, and then also, you know, went downhill because he got screwed over, did that horrible Fantastic Four film in like 2015. But he started out though with a short film that was sort of like that. I don't know if you ever saw it, Kate. Also, it was like people at like a party, you know, like found footage style, and then they have like a lightsaber thing or whatnot. And it was really well done, and that's what got him his funding and the green light to do Chronicle. And God, that is better than anything in this or any new Star Wars fucking film or show with the fight stuff. It's incredible.
Yeah.
You know what's incredible is the ability of the anti-woke crowd to hate this show only because of Riva. And
yeah,
it was
and she
funny.
got racist. Yeah, you were there, you know, in those streams with MSK. I remember Multi. Like, yeah, she got all those racist messages. Oh my god, just for playing a character that, like the characters suck. But what the fuck, blaming the actress for it, and also blaming one character for the whole show. The whole show sucked.
Yeah, the hate she got was even before the show came out. Now I agree, the character ended up being weak. But the fact that she was getting attacked, and then when, you know, those people like Geeks and Gamers saw it, they was like, well, you know, it's just part of the business. It's normal. Like, okay,
no,
it doesn't mean it's okay. You don't like, you know, yes, that stuff is in a sense part of fame, but that doesn't mean it's okay. It's not okay for some weird fan to come to your DMs and say, oh, why are you playing this character that I haven't even seen yet in the final product? Go off yourself. Blah, blah, blah. It's like you didn't even see the final product yet.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious because I'm currently watching my notes. I'm taking a look at it, and the average episode is a 4 out of 10, and it's because this show is leading of issues. And at no point Riva, well, maybe more like in episode 6, she comes into my issues, but the rest of the time it's really like how stupid the show can be. Like we mentioned the chase scene early. I mentioned Obi-Wan just saying, "Oh, you're no more Anakin, but I will let you live." That kind of crap there. I'm like, that's really shit writing. It's really sad. The pacing is also terrible. Just like what you said, K. Dot, I'm on board with it. This should have been a 2.5 hour movie. Yep. It's not justified. We got a 4 hour plus TV show because the pacing was awful, and we got filler, man. It's It's not watchable. Like, oh, what they were thinking? They were thinking, oh, we need a subscription to our Disney Plus. But then they forgot they could have done decent money if that was only a movie.
Yeah,
I
I think an alternative what they could have done instead of what they gave us was like a show, about Obi-Wan between the period of A New Hope and Revenge of the Sith, where it's not really a show in the present, but it's like Obi-Wan reminiscing, and each episode is about, the adventures of Anakin and Obi-Wan going on missions throughout the galaxy during the Clone Wars to different planets like they did in the TV show. And, you just get us more into their relationship in live action. We've seen it in animation, and they could have done something like in live action if they wanted whatever content. And then at the end of it, you don't show them fight, but you just show how they got to where they got to. I mean, episode 3 did that, but it could fill in more blanks of why Obi-Wan, of how Anakin started losing a little bit more faith in Obi-Wan before episode 3. Because in episode 3, things are kind of rushed and it is a movie, but you can fill in more blanks of, showing Ahsoka in live action, showing Obi-Wan losing a little bit of faith in Anakin and not supporting him enough, which also caused his downfall and, him slowly breaking away.
Now, because you're still around for now, I will only ask you. I will ask the others later. But what would be your worst 3 episode? Oh no, actually, it's only 6 episodes. That's laughable. So maybe your worst episode in the season. What would be your least favorite one? And maybe one honorable mention, like someone that came close to be that bad, and why?
Oh, I think it was 3. I think it was the same episode. I could be wrong about these two things, but episode 3 where Vader first got in contact with Obi-Wan and he came to personally try and get him, and when he when he couldn't like force push the fire or lift up Obi-Wan, he just let him run away. I thought that was really funny.
I think that was episode 2. Actually, I don't think that was 3. I'm looking to it. One moment. The fire. Where are you, fire? I don't see fire in my notes.
Yeah, that's episode 3.
2.
Because
3. Okay.
yeah, because in episode 2, they didn't show Vader. He was mentioned though.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought episode 3 was interesting to an extent. And also,
for all of the wrong reason, I guess.
Was that also the episode where they had that checkpoint they was trying to get through?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not
Yes,
sure
I
if y'all
remember.
noticed this. I played the scene back and I looked at it. That checkpoint they was trying to get through, there was a open gap around it where they could have walked around. They panned out. They panned up. They panned up the shot, and I looked and I was like, "Wait a minute, y'all could have just walked around it the whole time."
Wow.
Because it was on foot at that point. I was like, come on, guys.
Bro, this is why we are having guests. They point out stuff. I like that. Anything else, man? Roast it as much as you want, since it's your least favorite.
I mean, it's not much else to roast. I pretty much roasted all the biggest things about it. Yeah. I pretty much roasted everything.
What would be your? Okay.
Freak. Oh yeah, another sin. They wasted Han from Fast and the Furious. He played the other guy, one of the Inquisitors.
Really?
Yeah, he played the one with the gray face.
They were all ugly.
The fifth brother. He played the fifth brother. He didn't. I kind of wish the Inquisitors did more. They really did nothing for the most part. Like I thought it was gonna be all 3 of them hunting together, or showing some of them killing Jedis in the meantime. But they really didn't do nothing. And I don't know if they're gonna continue because I think the fifth brother died in Rebels, if I remember. And Rebels is set before A New Hope.
What would be your honorable mention and why? Like the second pick you would have gotten if you didn't add 3.
Honorable mention. I'd say episode 6 for sure, because it just adds new things to canon that was unnecessary, like Reva chasing Luke, and it's like, oh, now Luke kind of know what the Sith are and stuff, and he ran into him. He seen lightsabers and all that, so it's like it's nothing really new to him. It kind of kills him not knowing about this stuff in the New Hope, because he's supposed to be kind of blind and oblivious to it because he stayed in a place where he's not really going to see that stuff like that. So I thought that was an unnecessary thing to throw in, Reva trying to hunt down Vader's son. Like, Vader doesn't even know he's alive. How is that going to affect Vader in any way?
You know why they did it? To make people talk. And it worked. They got their goal. What would be your favorite episode in this season? If there's any to mention, I specify it because that season was horrendous.
Favorite,
but maybe
mainly, I think it was 5. It definitely wasn't 4, but the episode where Vader just straight up disrespected Reva. Yeah, that episode had its issues, but this one thing I will say about the show is flawed as Vader was at sometimes with how they written him to make certain decisions. As a Sith Lord, he was pretty cool, like taking down that ship.
But then letting it freaking go because reason.
And that's the stuff I'm talking about. It's like, come on, Vader. But that's probably my favorite episode because he straight up disrespected Reva, and I loved it. And I was like, yes, do it, son her, give her a lesson.
But bro, did you forgot she freaking survived his blade and she attempted to end him?
Hey, they explained it in episode 9.
No, they didn't.
The dark side of the Force works in mysterious ways.
I lost brain cell. I was like, that's freaking Vader we are talking about.
Yeah, he should have definitely killed her.
He ended younglings, bro. He's a psycho. He's a big psycho, and he just let her live. It's like, no.
I understand letting her live once to kind of like play around with her, but a second time, because she failed him at least 3 times in total so far. We understand she wasn't working with him; she was trying to kill him, but still, she failed you 3 times, and you gave her 3 chances, and then you kind of just stabbed her and let her, have another chance to get away and survive.
That's Vader we are talking about. He ended younglings, bro. It broke me.
Hey, maybe those younglings were a lot more dangerous than Reva,
That makes sense, actually.
Those younglings, they was gonna stop Sidious and Vader. They was gonna rise up, start a revolution.
You're damn right, man. If she cannot backstab him and end him like that, she's useless.
Pretty much.
But please, guys, don't attack her. Like, that's the character, not the actress.
Right.
I'd like to specify it because I'm not Jason gamer.
They say a whole bunch of stupid shit. It's weird. It's like they're also, attacked like the child actor, just like back in the Phantom Menace that ruined the kid's life. But yeah, they attacking another one, and they're also like trying to say whatever that stupid shit they say, like a fucking girl boss stuff. It's like I don't get their logic. It's like, no, how about it's just a shitty character and it's a dumb kid? How about that? Why do you need to think it's because it's a girl and then they wrote her to be like some sort of it's so weird. It's like,
right.
No, the majority of the time it's just a regular shitty character, or just because they're a stupid kid. That's it.
Exactly.
Oh, sorry, DC, go ahead.
It's fine. You can go. I'm just pointing out. Exactly. It's like, just because an actor is bad doesn't mean you have to attack them, especially on their social media. It baffles me that people still do it. It's like, Jesus.
Yeah,
and we are talking about grown men, man. Geeks and gamers are like 30 years old and above. Like,
Yeah, it's so
it's
weird.
unbelievable. Like
It's like there'll be any film with like an actress in it, and then they'll say it's bad because it's woke because the lead is an actress. It's like, no, how about it's bad just because it's a bad film, and how about the character's bad just because it was a bad character and performance, not because it's a woman. How about that? You fucking idiots.
Yeah, and if this was a situation of like, let's say for example, like Rachel Zegler, prime example right now. I could use Brie Larson, but Rachel Zegler is prime example, right? They're remaking Snow White, and I'm not sure if y'all seen the way she's been marketing the movie, but she has been very condescending to the previous Snow White film, which like I say, she can have whatever opinion she wants. She does not have to like
I
the
mean,
movie.
she's an idiot, but
Right, but the film that she's a part of remaking, she's throwing shade at while trying to prop up her movie. And I'm not
yeah,
saying,
and it's
and
like
I'm
she
not,
didn't even see the original one, K-Dots. It's like you would have to literally not see the original to say the shitty she's saying. It's like she just assumes it's out of date because of like the cliches that people say in it, and just because it was made in the 30s.
right. And like I said, that still doesn't warrant, like even though I do not like how Rachel Zegler is promoting her movie, that still wouldn't warrant me to go to her DMs and send any death threats. Like at
Of
most,
course not.
at most, I might review it and say in a review like Rachel Zegler, blah blah blah. I'm not going to wish harm upon her or nothing, or even waste time going to her DM to send some threats. It's just that I can understand at that point why people would have issues with the actor and the character at that point, because it's like you're trying to
I know
promote
you can say
something. You're
what she's
also,
saying is stupid, and she says some dumb stuff, and you can point it out, but
but
don't
in
attack
the
them for it.
in the case of the young Leia actor and the Reva actor, not once have I seen them like throw shade at Star Wars or disrespect it or talk foul about it. They just talked about what they're going to be doing and what the role they're about to be getting into, and that's it. They didn't disrespect nothing or be foul. Like if anything, blame the writers and the people higher up that gave them the material to work with. That was
and it also happened again recently, K-Dots, with the Ninjas Turtles film. Now I'm not saying whether I agree with the change they made or not, but either way, it wasn't the actress's fault who voiced it. But they attacked her for it anyway, even though it wasn't her fault. Which, by the way, she did a good job voice acting in it. It was actually one of the better voice performances in it.
Oh, the April O'Neil.
Wow. So sometimes race swap does work.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying whether or not the character, in the film was like, good or not, or whatever you think about, the choice to like make that change. But I'm just saying the voice performance was good though, and either way, it wasn't her fault. But a lot of people attacked her for it anyway because they're stupid.
Yeah. So you're based on what you told us in Privet, your time is almost up. So do you have any honorable mention outside of the episode you enjoyed a bit more, or was it all bad outside of that one?
That's pretty much it. But to me, overall, I just thought Obi-Wan was just entirely bad. Like it was to the point where I thought it was going to be so much better than Miss Marvel. And mind you, I don't like 2 episodes from Miss Marvel, but Miss Marvel was a better show than Obi-Wan.
I agree.
That shouldn't be the case. Obi-Wan should have easily been the better written show. Should have had the most care to it, the best directed, and Miss Marvel ended up being way better than that.
And it's shocking because I thought outside of Miss Marvel herself, that show wasn't that great. Like story wise, it was weak. Like everything was weak about Miss Marvel, but the lead actress pulled her weight, and she sold me the Marvels. I actually want to see the Marvels because of her. So that's kind of shocking that this is better than Obi-Wan. Freaking Obi-Wan, he was in the prequels. He helped out the new generation with Luke, and it's like, how can you mess that one up so hard that a mediocre show at best beat you so badly? It's like, bro, ow.
And let me ask this real quick, mostly before I go. I'm not sure if you guys noticed it, but I did not feel like Ewan was a Not saying he can't lead or his character Obi-Wan can't be a good lead. He had a lot of charisma and spunk to his character in the prequels, and all of that was like it didn't feel like he was a strong lead for this show, anyways.
I agree. It was better in the prequels, and it's weird to say because guys know it. I thought episode 1 was mediocre at best. I thought episode 2 was just bad, nowhere near as bad as what people tend to say and think. I actually like Revenge of the Sith a lot, and I thought any of these 3 movies did Obi-Wan more justice than this
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. I mean, I will say he was a better actor at that time, though. Like, I think he has kind of dropped off over the years, but still, and they did him better, and he wasn't perfect, but they did him better back then, for sure.
Yeah.
So, before you go, what would be your grade out of 10 for Obi-Wan as a TV show? If you can call this shit a TV show.
Obi-Wan out of 10.
I like that pun.
Ah,
I'm sure you're not the only one that said it, but
I know
you're the
this
first
is,
time I hear it.
this is very drastic, but it has to negative 10 out of 10.
Mm,
I am sorry.
so real.
There's too
Bruh.
it was too much sin worthy stuff in the TV show. Like, I love kid shows. I still watch kid shows. I still watch Adventure Time for freak's sake, but I still watch even SpongeBob. But Obi-Wan felt like a kid. The way stuff was written, it felt like a Dora the Explorer.
It felt like the Ewok movies. That's what it felt like.
Yeah, it's like
they were better. These Ewok movies were better than this shit, bro.
Yeah, it's like you can do like
It's
being a
unfair
kids
for them to
film
compare
or a
them
kids
like
show
that.
is an excuse, you know. It's like that's what everybody said about that shitty ass fucking Mario film this year. Oh, it's for kids. It's like I don't care shit. You can make a good kids film. You can make a good Mario film that's creative. You can make a good anything that's creative, and Barbie movie showed it. So even though it's not completely for kids, that's still a good example. And there's many. You know, you just have to be. You actually, you know, just have talent. You know, like the Lego movies, another one.
The Incredibles.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
an example.
Yeah.
And
There's
you
many
know what's funny in the chat? I said it, but I feel like Obi-Wan deserves an entire stream on its own just to roast it. So our Obi-Wan talk is not over. But Kata, is there anything else going on your channel? Anything you'd like to share or plug about what's going on your end?
just dropped a new video about the DCEU on my channel. I will be dropping more videos possibly later tonight, but go check out the most recent video, guys. Talked about the DCU and James Gunn's plan and saying they're not as confusing as people make it out to be. So that's really all I got to say. Thanks for having me on Multi. Shouts out to DC, Parker, Cole. You guys have a great stream.
Thank you a lot, man. I always enjoy having you on and having anybody on. It's great. Thank you very much. And have a good one, man. Take care.
Peace.
So now it's us four, and the roast is not over. Now, before we move on with the roast, I want to hear some of DC thoughts because you're probably the only one among us that enjoyed it. What did you think overall of Obi-Wan? Because you didn't speak much, and that's fine because that was more like K-Dot thing for now. But now you got the floor. Defend the show. Like, show us a different perspective.
So I personally thought that the show was enjoyable because of the fact that because I'm probably the only out of the four of us that's the least familiar with the Star Wars lore, so maybe that's why. But I enjoyed how how the show as a whole was more of essentially Obi-Wan being more of a parent, of being a very good parent, because unlike in The Mandalorian, where you just have Mando just have baby Yoda, and one time he'll ask someone to look over the baby, yet other episodes he wouldn't. At least Obi-Wan, they actually established to have people at least watch over Princess Leia, because he cares about her, and he has to go to do stuff and to essentially make it easier for her to get to her parents, and I like that. I also like how some of the plot twists, like, even though Darth Vader's in the show, you don't really expect him to until like maybe around episode 3 or 4. Then he becomes like the main villain. I didn't expect him to be brought up in episode 2. But yeah, and I also just enjoyed how developed Leia and Obi-Wan were from episode 1 all the way to the finale. Yeah. I guess those are that's all I have to say for now, unless something I remember or you guys bring up something. But yeah.
Continuity break. She freaking forgot he existed. Remember the message where she asked Obi-Wan for help, and she was like, "My father knew you from the Clone Wars. You worked and you fought side by side with him." It's like 10 years later, and she freaking forgot, like, he saved her from kidnappers. It's like, bruh, continuity issue.
In
Can
my
Parker or Cole defend this shit?
No, and I'm not going to. Listen, fuck this. This deserves to die. I'm sorry. And like it's just old garbage. What do you want me to say? This is
It's 10 years, not 20, man.
yeah.
Okay. I will be fair. I will bring psychology in this shit, even if that show is not about psychology really. It's just about stupid writing. When some people, when they have trauma, they can forget stuff that happened to them because of pressure, adrenaline, and compartmentalization of the brain. And this happens much more often at a young age. So that's the only explanation I would get to defend this shit, this continuity crap. But I will not give that defense to this show because the writers are stupid. But that's the only fair thing you can say. That's the only way you can say, oh yeah, she can fully forget about Riva going after her and the craziness that happened and Obi-Wan. And I brought the point just to play devil's advocate, but I said it. I think the writers are too stupid to think of that. They were just like, oh yeah, don't mind it. Like, I'm sure they haven't even seen episode 4. Do you have anything to say, DC or Parker, about this continuity crap?
I was actually going to defend it for a bit, and I was like, and here's why. Because yeah, I can understand it, but at the same time, you know, like, I don't obviously want to get more into my personal life, but I'd say the last couple of months I've been remembering more about my personal life and all that, and there were things I don't even think about often until like now. So I can kind of understand where you're coming from. So again, I think it's more where it's just maybe at some point it just comes up, but yeah. Again, that's like the closest thing I could do to defend it, essentially.
What about you, Parker? You're speechless. Are you still with us?
What?
We were talking about Leah remembering Obi-Wan, or I should say, not remembering Obi-Wan in the New Hope. Do you have any way to explain it and to defend this continuity issue the movie or the TV show did to the movie?
I can't. It doesn't make sense to tell this kind of a story between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope, because it's kind of it it gets really tricky to make material in that timeline, especially considering how like Revenge of the Sith came out in 2006.
2005. I
5.
remember it because I was 9 years old, so 5.
Okay, yeah, I was 7. Okay, that's why I thought it was 2007. Yeah, so that is what 18 years of sort of this public consciousness of sort of having there's uh Obi-Wan and Vader, or Obi-Wan and Anakin, I should say, when they duel, and then when they meet each other again on the Death Star. So putting in like them like meeting up between those 2 points, just it it doesn't work, because it's you could tell that the Obi-Wan show was a sort of it was a story that they told after both movies, and because it's in between both of them, they're probably gonna have to do retconning to explain why that's like, why that happened. And it's just I never like these types of shows where they tell stories between like two major like events in like any sort of medium, but especially if it involves like main characters and certain stories that are sort of already established, especially if they're sort of established like decades previous. It's a very slippery slope, and it doesn't really get done very well.
You
So
another really stupid thing that made me lose my sanity over was how incompetent like the stormtrooper and pretty much any imperial forces are. Like they just can't aim. Like, bruh, it's they believe in all of the lies Obi-Wan is saying, and they're incompetent. Or the freaking spy inside, and they just let her like walk around, and they know there's something sus about it, but hey, the plot needs to happen, so let's turn a blind eye and make them dumb so she can do her work. Or the great scene, power of the end palm. Yeah, yeah. I lost weight, so they broke me. Um, the fight choreography, I'm not that hard to please with that kind of stuff, but when I was seeing like the spy hitting the stormtrooper with her hand palm, I was rolling my eyes. I was like, "What is this shit? Did they really thought that was a good idea? Did they? Did they? If they did, fire them. Like never hire them again." It's oh, I'm speechless, man. Or yeah, I said it earlier. Obi-Wan accept the fact that Anakin died, and you just let him go because of reasons. Oh, why? Cole, do you have rows to add?
Yeah, so I don't know if I'm going to go into much like detail, like scene by scene, but yeah, this I mean, acting all sucks. I can't think of like a single good actor in this show at all.
Agreed.
Yep, cinematography sucked, lighting sucked, directing sucked, action choreography sucked. That chase scene was the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life. That was like a worse version of like the Terminator One chase scene with the car or vehicle, whatnot. And it kind of reminds me of like a good version of it. There's like you can do good versions of it with like younger actors, and characters. It's like you don't need to just like come up with shit like that as an excuse for for it to like go on just because they're kids. Like you can come up with like ways. Like I remember, I don't know if any of you played the Walking Dead video games, but like the season 2 thing in the beginning, like that was a good chase scene with the with the lead that you play as. So you could do something like that. But that involves actually using your brain, I guess. So that's too hard, I guess. Uh, I don't know, costume design and everything wasn't even good to me. I thought it was lazy and cheap compared to all the other Star Wars shows recently. This just is all bland and boring. It's like worse than Book of Boba Fett. And then the writing and shit, obviously, nothing in the story makes any sense. Everything they do throughout this entire show and this entire like timestamp into the universe that is now officially fucking canon. It's like makes no sense. Not only that, but it's just completely like pointless and boring. It's like they're literally it's nothing. It's like watching a dementia patient. It's like what even went on in this show? It's like it's just a waste of time. Literally nothing happened. Basically, it's so stupid. It's like it's like what everything people complained about Rogue One, and it was with the right script writing, of course. But this is more warranted. This is what people tried describing Rogue One as being completely pointless and a waste of time. Like Obi-Wan is, and then the fight stuff near the end I guess is somewhat okay, but still nothing good, and I expect more from this, especially nowadays. And yeah, seeing Hayden Christensen return as Darth Vader wanted me to blow my brains out. I don't want to see that guy ever again. He is banned from Vancouver. Fuck him. Anyway, yeah, all the characters also sucked, including Obi-Wan. It's just stupid. What do you want me to say? This is. I wouldn't say this is like She-Hulk bad or anything, but I would say it's
Oh
like
my god.
Somewhere on par, I'd say. Like,
Oh
I
my
would
God.
say it's like Supergirl bad, like at least the first
Uh,
couple seasons.
It's actually unfair for Supergirl, bro. Stop insulting her.
I thought it was terrible, so yeah, I'm gonna compare it to that. And yeah,
Bro, stop insulting her, man.
yeah. I know, not the
That's an
actress, just
insult.
the
No,
show.
the show. That's an insult, bro.
No, it's
Supergirl's
about
better than
accurate.
this shit.
I can only say that Supergirl, at least they had a lot less to work with. With this, there should have been no excuses, so I'll at least say that. But they're both terrible nonetheless. Yeah, I know. If I had to pick a favorite three, even though I have no favorite ones, it would just be 3, 5, and 6 that are like the least worst, and then 1, 2, and especially 4 are just fucking dog shit. So yeah. Anyway,
That's funny because I thought episode 6 was actually the worst thing of the show. Like, it broke me on so many levels. Like, there will
all of
be
them
an
did for
entire
me.
row.
All of them were dog shit, pretty much. But at least 6 had like those things near the end that was kind of interesting to an somewhat. Same thing with 5. I mean, if I had to pick the one that had like the least amount of flaws, though, it would be 3.
Bruh. I got a question for the panel. Continuity issue again. If Reva could find Luke, why Vader didn't in like freaking 10 years and the entire empire by him? Why? Ow. Panel,
Because
answer me. I want to defend the show as much as I can.
I
Do you have
mean,
arguments?
I guess and maybe that the empire is, I guess they're more focused on more important matters in their eyes and trying to find one person. I don't know,
Yep.
but but it's still stupid though, because they should have found him by then, I think, with their resources. But I guess if he was living off the grid or something, but they didn't depict it well at all. So they could have depicted it well, where it makes a lot more sense, and they show him living off the grid and stuff, but they didn't. So what do you want me to say?
Do you have better argument, Parker? Because these
No.
arguments are trying their best, but they just don't make it up.
I'm not defending it for the record. I'm just saying what they, in their stupid brains, what they probably thought.
I don't even remember how Reva found Luke, but again, it's just a case
She just
where
found him.
this
She
is
stumbled on him, and she's like, "Oh, he's there."
this
Yeah,
is
okay, yeah,
this
no,
is a
that
story
that part makes no sense. That part, makes no
this is a
sense.
story that didn't need to be told. because like it gets, again, like I said before, it's like when you try telling stories between two already long established points of time in public consciousness, it's very hard to do right, and Disney's definitely not going to do it right.
Especially when they already explain what happened during those timestamps. Well, in the other films in between, where we didn't need this, and where we can already picture what a movie or a show during that timestamp would look like, where it's just pointless and a waste of time, which it almost always is with these things.
But guys, we got an Obi-Wan TV show. Be excited. Consume next product.
Yeah, God fucking hell. And like again, I can like, you can come, even though the show didn't do it well where it made any sense, you can come up with things to excuse that, with like the evil empire not finding him, like Luke and whatnot, or Obi-Wan, I guess, but you can't with the then Osa Reva, whatever Reva, whatever fucking name is, I forgot. You can't. Yeah, you can't with her. You can't with her. Then finding him. You can't excuse that. That was just stupid.
I got another question for the panel. What about the Palpatine cameo? Easy, amazing, easy. The one Palpatine cameo.
Well, the cameos in this show are like on par with the attempt at nostalgia in Jurassic World Dominion. And that's all I'll say. Pure dog shit.
What did you think of that? A great Palpatine cameo, Parker.
I love Palpatine. I think he's great. Love seeing him. Yeah, that's about it. He's fucking Palpatine. I mean, you can't really fuck that up.
Yeah, I mean, I like him too.
They freaking fucked it up.
Yeah,
I can't
but what was the
remember
point of him in this?
But it's in my notes, so I can't remember how he fucked it up. But
I think it was like with the writing and such, they made him like not Palpatine.
Yeah, Palpatine didn't feel like Palpatine. I was watching that, I was like, oh, that's the omen with the cowl. Like, okay,
Yeah.
I guess. What did you think of Palpatine, DC?
I mean, I thought it was a nice addition. But then again, I'm not that familiar with the Star Wars.
It was a nice cash grab addition, yeah.
Yeah, and besides, I think I probably didn't even notice. I thought it was.
That's aside, bro. When Palpatine is forgettable and he don't notice it, that's
Okay, so I'm looking at the Palpatine scene again, and this why does this shit look like it was made in Blender? Like the back, like the fucking like the Vader sitting on his throne thing in the background's red. This looks like it's ripped from like a PS5 game of like Battlefront 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Like this looks bad. I didn't realize it was
like
that bad.
Fucking Thor: Love and Thunder almost.
So I wasn't crazy to point that shit out. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Bruh, this was bad. Oh, and by the way, now people can like force block lightsabers. Parker, you're the Star Wars guy. What did you think of this shit? Force block your saber.
What?
Force block. Remember when they force block sabers?
I mean, so that is a technique that exists in the repertoire of Jedi and Sith and Star Wars, but it could only be done by very, very, very skilled users. So usually by people, usually only Jedi Masters are able to do that for an extended period of time. Maybe Jedi Knights could do it for like a second or two as like a deflection kind of thing. Kind of like, I don't know if you're familiar with like Hapkido or Aikido or like martial arts like that, where it's like you do like redirection. So like you could like do that if you're a Jedi Knight, if it's just like really quick, like just using it to get them out of the way. But like you can't like suspend it in air like as it's coming towards you, because you need to be very strong in the Force to do that. Like it's really difficult to do. So I really in this period of Star Wars, like in this part of the story, the only people that should be able to do that are Vader, Palpatine, and I can't even say Obi-Wan anymore because he's washed up. So it's like, yeah, those are like the only two people who would be able to do that.
But Obi-Wan
So-
did it, guys.
Yeah, no, he's washed. He can't anymore. He's done. He hasn't picked up a lightsaber in like 10 years.
But bro,
Whatever.
remember when all these rocks fell on him? He was buried alive.
Yep.
Oh my.
Oh god.
The
Oh,
more I
what
remember,
was
the
your-
more I want to forget.
Honestly, I want to know what was Parker's like favorite 3 and worst 3. I mean, actually not favorite, least garbage 3, and then the most garbage 3 episodes.
All right. Let me find my notes here. Because I'm just gonna shit on this for a while. So the episodes I liked 5. I thought 6 was fine, and I liked the first half of episode 1. And then everything else I just didn't really like. So let me explain. I thought like the opening was interesting with Obi-Wan dealing with like sort of like having PTSD and sort of being plagued by nightmares for being the guy who trained Anakin Skywalker, who became Darth Vader, who essentially destroyed the Jedi Order. So it makes sense for him to have a lot of guilt over that, and I think I think like that could have been a very like this show. It could have been it could have been so good. Like if they did a more mature take on it instead of it having to be like, oh, Obi-Wan has to save the galaxy because a short attention span for most viewers. But I think the whole like the whole like the PTSD and just like guilt over training Anakin and being exiled on a desert planet, watching over a child whose guardians don't appreciate him watching over the child. Like it's a very thankless endeavor. He has to fucking scrounge and claw to get food to survive, and it could have been really compelling and interesting, and then it's they had to make it a big Star Wars story, and it didn't need to be that, because it's sort of established that once Obi-Wan goes to Tatooine and self-exiles there, he never leaves, because his one and only priority is watching over Luke Skywalker, and Bail Organa watches over Leia, and that's sort of the thing. They're each other's, like, those are the two main caretakers for the Skywalker children, and under no circumstance would he ever leave Tatooine, because if he's not there, who's going to protect Luke? So the fact that he even leaves in the first place, leaving Luke completely unprotected, is absolutely nonsensical to me.
I agree.
It just destroys his character. It destroys the whole sacrifice that he's doing, the whole self-sacrifice he's doing.
And you know what's funny? Something else actually destroyed Obi-Wan character, and it's hilarious, and it's in episode 6. Obi-Wan isn't consistent. Early in the episode, he said it would only end in 2 ways. Either he dies or Vader dies. After winning, Obi-Wan doesn't do the finishing blow. He just walks away. Genius writing, everyone!
Well, yeah, we'll see. That's because they can't kill Vader because because of A New Hope.
But
Because
why
they-
did you have that same line saying it will end either one way or the other? And you have an opportunity for one of the outcomes to happen and you don't let it happen. Just
Because-
bring back a Vader clone, man. You did it with Palpatine. Do it again, Disney.
It's because you had a dumbass writer who had a great idea of having Vader and Obi-Wan meet between episode 3 and episode 4.
And we blame the writer, right? But I can bet money for real on the fact that the studio asked the writer, "Yeah, we need flashy sword fight, so let's have Vader fight Obi-Wan
Well,
again." I
so
can bet money on this shit. We blame the
here
writer. The writer is shit. Let's agree on that. But I'm sure the idea came from the studio. They were like, "We need a rematch of the century so we can sell this shit with the rematch of the century."
so here's the thing with that though. So there were a lot of not a lot of, but there were comics of Obi-Wan during his time on Tatooine. There was a book about it, and one of my favorite stories from that, and I'll actually link it in the chat, is this guy called Asherad Het. And Asherad Het was a former Jedi who became well, after the Clone Wars, he went to Tatooine and became the leader of a Tusken Raider tribe, and went around pillaging settlements and stuff like that. And he eventually came to the farmstead that Luke was on, which then Obi-Wan had to duel him, and it's really fucking cool. And I think that could have been, if we had a competent writer who did the Obi-Wan show, made it more of a self-contained story of Obi-Wan watching over Luke, sort of like an anthology type of series, maybe like, I don't know, 6 episodes. Each episode's like a different thing, but culminating in this, which is, the first time Obi-Wan drew his lightsaber and drew blood against another Force user while he was on Tatooine. But they had to make it. But they had to make him duel Vader because money. So it's really a shame, because there's material like this that could have been adapted in some way to make an engaging story, and they just don't decide to use any of it. It's really a shame.
I fully agree with you. It's sad. It feels like wasted potential. Obi-Wan and Vader didn't need to fight again, but they did. This show didn't need to happen, but it happened. So I let's do the guessing game, and here we will be very specific. Starting with Parker, what do you think is my least favorite episode in this goddamn awful show?
Episode 6.
Okay, what about you, DC?
I'm guessing episode 3.
Okay, what about you, Cole?
What your worst?
Yeah,
6.
yeah, guys are right. It's 6. I truly hate this shit. Like, even prior, like, taking away a bunch of points because that was shit, I hated this shit. Um, Another crappy thing about a character being inconsistent, Reva character. She wants revenge on Vader, making her an anti-hero. Then she is after Luke's and his relative because reason, and she's turned into a villain again. And it doesn't make any sense. It's like, why would she go after Luke? I
Yeah, and even then, even in that episode, even I didn't know why Rhea did that, and it kind of made me feel, well, there goes all the quote unquote still good that you had in you, and
yeah,
it definitely did ruin the finale for me in a lot of ways.
she was a damn anti-hero for most of the time. Like, she did villainous things, but her agenda wasn't villainous. She only wanted revenge. And then you just send her like total psycho after Luke, a child. And it also like kind of defeat her own purpose because she escaped for some reason. The plot wanted her to escape, like Anakin ending all of the younglings, and for some reason she survived this shit. And it's hilarious that Vader knew. I'm like, bruh, ow, ow, like, why did you leave her alive if you ended everyone else? The more I think about it, the more headache I get, man. Oh, this show. So yeah, she hated Vader for doing what he did, and she was willing to do the same. It's like, sister, what the f are you doing? So I could understand the hate for the Reva character. This I fully understand, but I will repeat what we already mentioned. Don't hate the actor for their shit material they are given. So yeah, that was terrible.
This is a small complaint, but I hate how they keep referring to her as Reva instead of like her Inquisitor title, which I think is like third sister or fourth sister or something. Because like the whole thing with the Inquisitors is all of them are former Jedi, and their whole shtick is that you kind of give up your identity to like take one of those titles, become an Inquisitor. So I think it's, I don't know. I just think it's weird that they keep calling her by her name the whole time. I know it's to make her like go like to establish her as like a prominent character in the show, but I think it just it's just it doesn't make sense with the lore. It's really dumb. I don't like it.
And they added another really stupid thing, even worse than Force Block. Stealing someone saber while they are in the middle of fighting. I was like, why did you do this shit? And then, since they can steal someone's saber, why Vader didn't, or why Obi-Wan didn't do it when they fought on Episode 6? I was like, bruh, like, Vader does anything he wants to win. Like, it's stated to your face because the writer think you're too stupid to think that. But he doesn't do it. And Obi-Wan doesn't do it either. It's like they just forgot they added this shitty lore. Like, why? Ow. I lost brain.
I swear these writers never read anything about any other Star Wars media. That's why there's
Can
so
you
many plot
really
holes in every
steal
show.
someone's saber like they do in this shitty show?
I don't remember what this is. I'm gonna be honest. like
So-
there's so much about this show that I just don't remember because none of it is worth remembering.
So basically, the only reason why they had a flashback training scene between Obi-Wan and Anakin was to show us, oh, Anakin was able to disarm Obi-Wan, but then Obi-Wan, like, he used the Force to steal the saber from the hands of Anakin. So now Anakin was disarmed. That was really a lore shitty thing they added. Obi-Wan was disarmed, and then Obi-Wan stole with the Force Anakin freaking saber. And they suddenly forget they can do this shit when they fought. Like, can someone defend this shit?
I'm gonna have to
Silence.
Google this because I think it's like so. It's like was Anakin holding a saber in each hand? then?
Yeah, he was holding the saber, and
Well-
Obi-Wan just like said no, the Force.
So I'm
is
gonna
used.
cop out here and say because I believe this was when Anakin was still a Padawan, correct? So he
Yeah.
was still learning how to do Force stuff while Obi-Wan's a Jedi Master. So it's like it's kind of like, oh, cool, neat trick you did there, kiddo. I'm just gonna take it back. That's kind of how I interpreted it.
Mm. Okay, but then they forget they can do this shit because it never comes up ever again. By the way, lightning was godly terrible in the night scenes. I wanted to bash my head on my screen, on my bed. Yeah, episode 6 was terrible, and I will let the panel try to guess how bad I thought it was out of 10 this episode, at least. What did you think it was out of 10 for me, Parker, episode
2.
6?
I think it was 2 out of 10 for you.
Okay. What about you, Cole?
Like a like a 2, I'll say.
And you, DC?
A 1?
Every one of you is really close. 1.5.
Oh my god, I was gonna say 1.5. God damn it.
I was
Here's the thing. I changed it to 2 though because then I remember you usually you have a different rating system. Like you rate shittier films a bit higher. Like if you think a film's shit, you usually give it like a 3 or a 2.5. So I changed it to a 2. God damn it.
That episode is just unforgivable. Like, yeah, unforgivable. So now that we did the guessing game for the worst one, I will let Parker guess what's my honorable mention, the second worst.
Episode 2.
Okay, what about you, DC?
episode 3.
Okay, what about you, Cole?
Oh, sorry, rating for the whole show.
No, the guessing game for which honorable mention, which episode would be my second least favorite outside of 6.
Oh, I guess I'll say like maybe like a damn. You know, I feel like it would be like 5 or 3, but I'll say 4.
You know what's hilarious? I take a look at my notes, and that's a tie between 5 and 1. And it's hilarious because they both have a 3.5 out of 10. But I'd say just because of the legendary chase scene, 1 takes the cake. So that's like clearly the second worst. So now that we did the guessing game for the worst ones, what would be my favorite starting with Parker?
3.
Okay, what about you, DC?
I'm gonna have to say episode 4.
Okay, what about you, Cole?
And I mean, I'll be very surprised if it's 4, but damn, it might be. But God, that's like the lowest rated one online by far, and I thought it was pretty shit as well. But like I'll say, God, I mean, for me it would be a 3, but I'll say a 2 for you.
Now, this is funny because there's a bunch of ties there because it's all kind of really bad. Um, just because one of these 3 lost less points from the others, I will say 3 was my favorite in this season.
Yeah, have the least flaws.
Yeah, well, it has a bunch of issues for sure. It's not a
Yeah,
good
but
episode.
it's the least out of all of them, though.
And on
It
top
still
of
has
that,
a bunch, and it's still like an uninteresting, boring episode, but has the least flaws. So
it still reflects how bad the show can be. So now that guys know my favorite and my least favorite, I will ask the panel, starting with Cole, what would be your favorite one and your least favorite one?
oh, yeah, my favorite is episode 3, and my least favorite is episode probably episode 1, and then but again 1, 2, and 4 are bottom 3, and then the there.
Okay, next one would be DC. What would be your favorite and your least favorite episode?
All right, so I'm gonna start with the ones I enjoyed the least, and that would be episode 5 and episode 6. Those were like the only 2 episodes I thought that it wasn't nearly as good as the others. The episodes I enjoyed were episodes 1, 2, 3, and 4. I thought they had great storytelling, great writing. Episode 5 and 6 didn't really have that for me.
What would be your favorite one?
My favorite one, it's tough. Probably gonna have to just say episode 3. Again, it could be really a toss up between 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I'm just gonna have to pick 3.
Okay. What about you, Parker? What would be your least favorite?
Probably 2.
And what would be your favorite?
I'll say 6 because it ended.
That's the best reason to like something, everyone. It ended. So, the guessing game for my score for the entire season, starting with Parker. What do you think out of 10 I gave this season?
2.
Okay. DC, what do you think I gave this season out of 10 again?
I think it's either a 1 or into the.
DC, you did cut off. You said
Oh.
into the nig.
I said I think it's either 1 or into the negatives. Like
You know what? I really liked the way you said into the negative, and I really considered it a moment. But I also think it's not really faithful when it goes to the negative. So I always try to give points up if it goes to the negative. This is
I
basically what I did to Wakanda Forever. Keep bringing this up because that's hands down the worst movie I've seen. Cole, what about you? What do you think I gave this season out of 10?
Uh, I'll say like a 3.5, just because you have many episodes tied at that rating, and then the one lower. So I'm gonna say it might be around that. I would say at worst, but it really should be like a 3 at best.
Okay, time to reveal it and the reasons. Well, we already roasted lots of shit, so I will repeat a lot of things I already said, but overall, I thought this was a 2 out of 10. Slightly better than She-Hulk, just slightly.
Oh, okay,
Uh,
wait, hold on. Then why did you give so many episodes like a 3.5 and such? You need to you need to like down those like by 2 or 1. Like, come on now.
I want to stay faithful, I want to give a fair shot to everything. I don't want to sound like a hater that just wants to hate on
No,
shit.
this deserves to hate. All right.
So the top reason breaks the canon. Lots of stupid. We mentioned many things. Awful pacing. Could have been 2 hour and a half movie instead of 4 hour TV show. Character have too much stupid in them. Just like the perfect example is like episode 6. If someone asks me which episodes should I watch to really understand how bad the character and the writing is, watch episode 6, folks. Like, it's the perfect example. Plot have too much stupid in it. I lost brain cell insanity. Um, so, what would be your grade out of 10, Parker, for the entire season?
For the entire season, I'd give it like a 4, 3.5. It
That's
there
generous, man.
yeah,
You
there were
see,
parts I liked about it, but overall I don't really think it's very good. But as a Star Wars fan, there are some parts of nostalgia that I could appreciate, even though I know that they're doing the nostalgia to like hide some of like the flaws in the show.
you see, we are faithful. We are fair. We give a fair shot to something. So believe us when we say something is bad. Cole, what about you? What would be your grade out of 10?
A 2.
Bruh, we are equals. And you're telling me Supergirl is worse than this? I'm so surprised.
I said they're equal.
Okay. So DC, I kept you last because I knew you'd like it much more than us, and we won't sound like haters. What would be your grade out of 10?
Probably an 8.
Oh my.
Uh,
Okay. I'm glad that you liked it.
Yeah,
I'm
but
glad you liked it.
yeah, but it definitely would cause a lot of people to just start a riot in my house to just demand why I like Obi-Wan more than the Mandalorian.
What? What? The house is on fire. What happened? Did you leave your food on the oven?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what's gonna happen.
So,
Okay.
any closing thoughts on that awful show I'd like to forget about and move on? I guess not. Well, good job, guys. We survived the talk about Obi-Wan, stupidity, and shitty things. Mandalorian season 3. You did have seen it, Parker, right?
Finally, a good fucking show. Well, I mean, oh, I thought you were gonna say Andor, but yeah,
Andor
I
repeated
saw it.
last.
I saw it. It wasn't bad. Yeah.
Okay. For DC, did you have seen Bendel season 3?
No, didn't have time. And in case if you want to recap the things I was able to watch, I was able to watch Obi-Wan, Dead Reckoning, so I can give my thoughts. And hold on, let me just check the other things we had this week. And my adventure with Suran. That's about it.
Okay, so do you want to stick around to hear us talking about the rest, or do you want your free leave to go?
Oh,
Because I haven't had time for adventures. That's the thing. So
oh,
we will keep it for next week.
yeah.
So I'm asking you: do you want to stay and hear us bashing Mendo or like defending Mendo, depending if guys liked it more than me?
And
It's on
without,
you, man.
I mean, I haven't even been able to. I didn't even got the chance of watching season 3 either. But season 1 was so bad for me, I couldn't care less. um, but but do you want me to give my thoughts on Dead Reckoning really quick, just before I go? If that's okay.
Wait, what was the movie? The what?
The Mission Impossible one, the Dead
Oh,
Reckoning.
you have seen the Reckoning.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, okay,
yeah,
yeah. That's the tangent.
yeah.
I didn't got it. I was like,
Oh,
the Reckoning. Okay, Dead Reckoning. Okay, yeah, go ahead, man. You had time
all
to
right, all
watch
right.
it. So, what did you
Yeah,
think of it?
yeah. I thought it was probably the best Mission Impossible yet. Probably because I don't know if you guys felt like this, but I felt like it was the most supernatural and the most like paranormal, the one that never felt like the most human. Like all the other ones are more human like threats. This one feels more like a superpower character essentially, and that's what I enjoyed. I enjoyed the chemistry between Tom Cruise and Haley Atwell. Not sure if I pronounced it right.
Yeah,
Uh,
any other way, but
I,
you were close.
yeah, but yeah, and I enjoyed Haley's character, and I thought she did a very good job. I thought one of her best performances. I thought some of the action was done really well done. Props for Tom Cruise, like always. I mean, I think with all his Mission Impossible movies, I think the fact he's that dedicated to doing all these incredible stunts it's mind blowing. You gotta give the guy credit for it. I don't even think I had a single negative like at all.
Oh, so you liked it that much? That's great. So, to recap a bit of what I said last week about it, it's my favorite in terms of enjoyment and entertainment. But when it came to really like the story and the flaws of the movie, it was one of the weakest. So I really enjoyed the trip. I thought that was a very enjoyable movie. I liked it a lot, but it's not a great one. And, well, it's good. It's not a bad movie by any means, but it's not as good as others in the franchise. So I get your feeling, man.
Yeah.
And Cole hated it, and Cole wanted to self delete after watching. I think.
I didn't
Oh.
hate it. I just said all the flaws with it, which were many. All right, it's not my fault it has many flaws. It's not a terrible film. It's just not a great film.
So okay, so it's like in between for you, Cole. So it's
Yeah,
okay, not like one of the worst. I mean, better than Obi-Wan.
yeah,
That's
Yeah,
It's like a 6 out of 10.
it's much
Which
better
for
than
me is
Obi-Wan.
solid.
It's not even fair to place them in the same room. Like Obi-Wan get demolished. Like Obi-Wan is the train in the end. And by the way, speaking of train, that train sequence, that was like some of the worst thing I've seen. Like the girl pulling them out, like freaking 300 pounds. She can lift that up like with gravity in the train. Nah, I rolling shit, bro. Like that would take 2 person to lift them up. But hey, suspend disbelief. Close your eyes and don't think. But yeah, thank you very much, DC. Next week we will cover Arrow and Supergirl, so for sure you will have from default more to say.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you'd like to add? Like anything else you'd like to share?
No, not at the moment.
Thank you very much for joining us every week. You're amazing, man.
Yeah.
We enjoy having you, man. Thank you
Yeah.
a lot, and have a great night, and
Yeah.
take care.
Same to you. Bye.
So now it's us three talking Mendo.
Yeah, I didn't like Mando season 3 that much. It was solid, but I mean, it was all right. It was a downgrade from season 1 and season 2, though. I think the season slowly got worse. I think season 1 was great, season 2 was good, and this season is just all right. Also, episode 1 is just rehashing a lot of stuff, and also that opening scene. We did reviews of this on like Chillmonger's channel, the episodes, if you haven't checked it out yet. But like we checked over the river or whatnot that creature came out of in the episode 1 opening. It was too shallow. There was nowhere that could have possibly come from and jumped out. So yeah, continuity or whatever you call it, issue there. But yeah, I mean this season was just I wasn't as into like the characters in this season. I thought it was just like, again, rehashing at some points and in other points. I just don't like the storylines or the things they dived into with them. I thought it was like a little flat and like them kind of like running out of ideas or not having like the best ideas. So, and I liked it more in season 1 and season 2. And yeah, I just thought it was like weaker done in those areas and many other areas too in general. And again, I think it was a bad idea to bring back Grogu, whatever, this fast. I think they should have maybe left about him for a little bit.
Agreed. 100% agreed.
I hate
Like it
Grogu.
was
I don't have much to
pointless send
say.
him off and then bring him back. It's like, bruh.
Yeah,
Oh.
I don't get it. Yeah, it's stupid. It's almost like the shit they do in like WWE, where it's like somebody leaves but then comes back a week later. It's like, well, that's not very well done. You could have waited like a couple months at least. Jesus Christ! But
No, we need to
yeah.
sell Grogu toys. Grogu
whatever.
toys.
Yeah, it's
The
like I would
kids
like to see
them.
some Mando episodes without him and see how he deals with it. But whatever. I don't have much to say outside of that though, because I didn't really watch it before this, so it's not fresh on my memory as it once was. But yeah, it's just it's all right. I think it's a all right season. It's solid enough, enjoyable enough, but it's just definitely a downgrade from the other two, and it's just a weaker version in most areas, pretty much, than the other ones. And yeah, there's nothing more to really say. And also there's also no reason at all for her to get that fucking saber or whatever off of that shit. That made no
Guild
fucking
bus,
sense.
everyone. Guild bus.
Yeah,
She
I mean,
deserves more
those
character arc
those
than
people
Mendo.
bitching are stupid, but but still, there made no logical sense though to do that, and then also like the reasoning and stuff with it, like if you actually watch the show, that made no fucking sense, like all that stuff that played out there, but. Not just some stupid writing things, but there's a lot of stupid writing things in this, honestly, and a lot of just like rehashing and everything. Like, again, it's almost like they're running out of ideas or doing whatever. I don't know. They're running out of like nostalgia baked to milk this because that's the main reason why a lot of people sucked off season 1 and season 2 because they were good,
but they weren't like amazing or anything in my eyes. But a lot of people thought so, and that's because they gave them all the nostalgia and all the fan service. It's like they're running out of fan service and everything now to make up for it. So yeah. Anyway, you
But
guys can go now.
but bro, we gotta say this. A man cannot lead in 2023. It's wrong. Because patriarchy, you know. Let's have Bo-Katan get the saber because woman.
Yeah,
I
like there
will
was literally
say
no
this.
reason for it. It was dumb, but anyway.
I will say this. I'm glad she got somewhat of a character arc, but what pisses me off is how Mendo is just put aside this season. Like the best I can say when it comes to character growth is like Mando embracing the fact that Grogu will eventually be part of the Mandalorian and the tribe. But that's it. Like he is growing into a decent father that wants to train his son to become one day a man. But that's all Mando does. It's not even something Mando related. It's his relationship with Grogu. I'm pissed. It's the Mandalorian show, not the Grogu and Mando. Stop trying so hard to sell me that damn toy. I won't buy it, man. Will you buy a Grogu figure, Cole?
Uh, I mean, I don't really collect figures or anything, so no. But I mean, maybe if I was some like, I don't know, some like basic white woman who likes that shit, then maybe.
Parker,
Yeah, that,
No,
will you buy that damn
no,
Grogu?
no.
No?
I hate Grogu. No.
And I can attest the same. Fuck that
Uh,
toy. I ate it.
so so just to butt in really quick while I remember. So one thing I'll say about Bo-Katan is that she is a character that is very her character is very fleshed out and was first introduced in the Star Wars Clone Wars TV animated series and in Star Wars Rebels. So there's like there's a lot of stuff of her like
yeah.
with the dark saber and everything like way like chronologically
Mhm.
like 20 years before even like the Mandalorian's a thing.
Yeah,
So
I
like
should
there's a
also
lot of
mention that.
backstory with her that I think is honestly I think it's done a lot better in those shows, and I didn't even like Star Wars Rebels that much,
Oh
but I
yeah,
thought
it's done way better.
her character's like like done really well in especially in Clone Wars. Like if you were to watch anything like with her in that, I would recommend season 7, the whole Mandalore plot, which is the last 4 episodes of that season, which is the last season of Clone Wars. Really good character
Mhm.
arc with her.
Yeah.
Uh,
Sorry to
so
interrupt you, but also that reminded me of something. Also in Rebels, along with that character, just so you know, yeah, there's a lot of characters in Rebels that are gonna be in that Ahsoka show coming out. So if you wanted to like kind of get an idea of like the type of characters they are, then you can maybe like do some research on like Star Wars Rebels, like, and maybe in the future we can like watch it too. But yeah, there's a lot of characters from that, and then of course the main character from Clone Wars, which you didn't see the movie of, which was terrible, but still.
yeah, don't bother with the movie. Hell, I wouldn't even bother with the
He
first two
already did.
seasons. I wouldn't even bother with the first 2 seasons of the show. Honestly, I'd say like season 3 onwards, like it goes from fine to like really fucking good.
We will eventually cover that, Cole, one day when we run out of stuff, and I'm like, I want to see
Yeah.
some Star Wars stuff.
When we run out of like newer comic book movie TV shows, basically,
Yeah.
and then we'll probably cover that on the side, and then we'll also cover maybe like older ones. I guess like we could even
Yeah.
cover like Superman 1950s even.
That would be a masterpiece, bro. Let's go
Yeah.
for it, man.
Yeah, it was so amazing that it made the actor kill himself.
Yeah, yeah. So, oh my, oh my, oh my. Okay. Um, I said it earlier. I thought Bo-Katan was a cool character. I liked her a lot, but her agency takes away Mendo, and that's my issue. Because Mendo is her main character, not Bo-Katan. I don't mind a Bo-Katan TV show. I don't mind it. I thought, just like what Parker said, she was well fleshed out. So make a show about her if you want her to
I
lead.
would love that. I think she like having her have her own show. I think would be good because
And
I
Earth
think trying to balance her and uh Mando is kind of like I don't know. It's kind of like tricky right now.
and I will also say this: I took many shots at the anti-woke crowd, but I will be fair to everyone. I thought the SGWs are also funny. How they will defend anything that the anti-woke crowd hates, and I think it's hilarious because it feels as empty when you try to defend Mando season 3 or freaking Obi-Wan or freaking like the sequels. I'm like, guys, this is bad Star Wars content. Why do you stand behind it? Just to push your ideas further? Anyway, now I took shots at everyone out of fairness. Um, so Mando season 3. Um, I will say this: there was an episode I really didn't like. I won't spoil it yet because I think it's the right time for the guessing game. Because otherwise, I will spoil it fast. Because a lot of my issue leads out in that episode. So, what do you think is my worst 3 episode, Parker?
Um, I'll say episode 6, um episode 3, and episode 5.
Okay. What about you, Cole? What do you think is my worst 3? Cole. He passed out, or his neighbor came in and disrupted his silence. Cole, are you there? I'm curious to hear what Cole has to say about my worst 3. In the meantime, I will ask you, what do you think is my top 3? Parker, what do you think is my top 3? Is my microphone working? I'm sure guys are doing a conspiracy. Am I coming true? I don't know. Guys, don't tell me it crashed for everyone except me. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on with them or with me. I plug and unplug my mic. That's one sure thing.
All right, hello, I'm back.
Oh, you're back. Okay. Apparently
Yeah, I had
Cole
this.
was also away.
Yeah, I thought Cole was here, so I figured it would be safe for me to step out as I needed to use the restroom very bad.
Oh,
So,
that's fine. Oh, that's fine. So since Cole is kind of away for now because his neighbor probably bother him right now because his neighbors are colorful. In case you didn't know. Um, what do you think is my top 3 since he's away and you already mentioned my worst 3?
I would say 2, 1, and 7.
Ooh, very interesting. I cannot wait for Cole to come back. Now that you already mentioned my worst three and top three, I will give some hints without giving it away because Cole can come back at any time. What did you think of Mott Gillian? He keeps coming back. He's like always there every season. Do you think is it worthy enough villain to just coming back again and again and again the way he does?
So, so,
It's like they
so,
don't have any idea to flesh out anyone else. They're like Mott Gillian, Mott Gillian, Mott Gillian.
so, so I don't see Moff Gideon. I see Gus Fring, but in space. And that's how that's how I've seen every Giancarlo Esposito character and everything post Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul world media. Um, but I will say I up to this point I enjoyed his character. I think he has a very good natural presence, and I think he plays the part of a logical and strategic and very methodically thinking Imperial warlord uh, very well, because this is a very interesting period of Star Wars, because this is like post Empire. So you have all these Imperial warlords and remnants and Moffs and uh, Grand Admirals and whatever, who are all trying to protect their individual like little pockets of former Imperial space. And I think up until this season happened, I thought he was a pretty good character. This season, I feel like his character kind of didn't quite fully go down the drain, but I don't like the direction that they took him in. I thought it was really silly.
So I will say this: I thought in season one he was decent. I was more entertained by the great character that basically became the president of its own planet. I thought he was the most appealing side character in season one. But Matt Gillian in season one was decent. I was like, oh, he's a nice addition by the end of the season. But then when he survives the plane crash, I was like, why? Season two happened. I'm like, why? Did season two brought uh, Matt Gillian into a new light? Did Matt Gillian change as a character and became more interesting? Hell no. I didn't give a shit about him. I was like, I want someone else already. And then I see his face again a third time. It broke me. I'm like, why am I watching? What's the point? If you have break bankruptcy, yeah, bankruptcy in terms of ideas of a villain, why bother making a show? Why? This is a TV show where your characters matter, and when your main character is interesting or your main cast in that season case is good, you need villains to step up the game and make it interesting. But no, we got Matt Gillian the third time.
No, just play patty cake. That's what you need.
Matt Gillian, man. F him. I said it. Season one, he was cool. He was decent, but it only got downhill after. Um, Now, Cole, you're back. So I will ask you what I asked Parker. What do you think is my worst three and my top three of this season?
Let's see. Let me just pull up
The list.
Yeah, so I can remember the episodes. Okay, I'm gonna guess that your worst three are episode 6, episode 3, and episode 1. And then I'm gonna guess your favorite three are episode 4, episode 2, and episode 5. And also, yeah, sorry, I left because I pretty much said everything, so I just needed to do something quickly. But if nobody brought it up yet, but yeah, we talked about before that whole story about also the Jar Jar Binks actor, and then I said it would come later when we talk about Mandalorian season 3 because of something. Yeah,
Yeah.
now that's the case because I don't know if you recognize him, but he returned in this show in this season as a Jedi now.
Wait,
The
what?
actor. Yeah,
I didn't recognize him.
oh, you didn't?
Wow. No, I didn't.
Oh wow.
Wow.
It was he was in it was episode 4, the Foundling. He
I
was that guy.
I will be honest. I had apathy for most of season 3 because from the get go I knew that was everyone's least favorite. But after watching the entire season, I didn't thought it was as bad as I expected it to be. But I think it's a forgettable season, and a lot of issues are justified. I've already mentioned it before, but it didn't feel like a Mandalorian TV show. It felt like, oh yeah, that's an ensemble cast with like everyone getting a piece of story except Mando, or
Mm-hmm.
Mando piece of story is shared with someone else, Grogu.
Yeah, pretty much. It's again not a bad season per se, but it's just it's definitely just weaker than the other two for sure. It's
It's
forgettable.
it's a step down.
Yeah,
Oh
again, he was this guy.
really? Oh, now I
Yeah,
remember. He had like two sabers.
yeah.
He
So yeah,
was
he returned
cool.
as a he's now a Jedi.
He jumped on a
Which is
ship, and yeah,
yeah.
that was a
You
cool
know,
sequence.
it's nice to see. Like again, we talked about his story, and again, he was thinking about like genuinely like jumping off a bridge because of all the hate he got as Jar Jar Binks in the prequels.
So right now I'm looking at my notes, and both of you hit the nail on the coffin with episode 3. I truly hated 3. I feel like I was very generous with my final score of episode 3, but that was the weakest episode in the entire show, and it felt like a freaking Bubba of feet, boring feet TV show episode. So it was a 5.5 out of 10 for episode 3 for me. Lighting was terrible, pacing was awful. Mandalorian episode, right on Mandalorian. Lighting was bad. Nobody listening to him felt off. That was like the guy that was saying, "Oh, she played me. She betrayed me." The fact she's left alone in the office feels off. Like she's just there to mess up with things. That episode was bad. I enjoyed the lore, but that was a dead boring episode. That was like the perfect example to not make an episode like that. Like the idea is cool, but have Mendo have some scenes in this shit. Why is it centered around people I don't care about? I know you really want to showcase lore. I get that, but there are other ways. Like all of the lore around Mandalorian, like the parties, like the baptism and the training. I like that kind of lore, but then we got Past Empire lore and like rebellion lore, and it could have been done much better than this shit. It just felt like a filler episode you can just take out and the show doesn't fall apart and like at all. That's like the most filler you can get. Now I'm looking at the scores, and the second place in the worst 3 would be episode 7. Maud Gillian shows the lack of ideas for new villains. They say instead of showing, they do that a lot. I hate this shit. They do that so much in that season. I really don't like that. People can't aim again. This one was the 8 out of 10. And my third least favorite. Let me see. Third least favorites.
And so it was episode 3, and then what was your second again?
Second was 7.
Okay,
And,
yeah, I figured it would be up there.
and the third one was 6. The pacing was bad. The lightning at nighttime was awful. And this one was 8.5. So, as I said, I think a lot of the episodes are really solid, but the overall season feels really lackluster.
Yeah, it's definitely a 50-50 show, I think. But yeah, I mean, 7, 6, 3, and 1, I think, are definitely kind of the weaker points
Yeah.
in it.
Now, when it comes to my favorite episode and the only 10 out of 10 I gave this season was episode 4. I really liked episode 4. That was top notch for me. And
Oh,
there
yeah,
was a
that's like
lot
the
of
best.
lore. There was a lot of lore.
Yeah.
So I don't mind about lore. It's just like the execution. Like, I can see a TV show about like the Republic and the Empire and like the rise and power of the First Order. I can see that kind of show happening if they have good writers and if it's not too long. Like, give it like a mini series, like 5 episodes about it, or even a movie about that could work very well. Then you can splash as much lore as you want when it's related to like the Republic and the First Order and that kind of stuff. But don't do that in Mandalorian. Just don't do it. It's wrong. It's like you want your show to fail.
Mhm.
So yeah, I gave a 10 to episode 4. And the second favorite would be, I'm looking at my notes. My second favorite would be episode 1. The only issue I had was pacing. I thought that was a strong start for the season. And lastly, my third favorite was episode 8. Another 9.7 out of 10. Plot convenience as the only issue. The shop having the right piece Mendo needed. That's like by the very, very end. I'd say I'd even swap 1 and 8. 8 would be second, and 1 would be third. Um, yeah, I don't have much more to say. We covered lots of ground already with this. I will say I still have like the Mandalorian team in my mind. I like the team a lot. They chose well. The music in the show, they pick it right. Um, so now it's time for the grade out of 10. Starting with Parker, what would be your grade out of 10 for the third season?
For okay. I'd give it a 6.5.
Very,
Yeah.
very interesting. What about you, Cole?
I'll give it like a 5.5. And again, for me, that's solid. Unlike Multi's 5.5s.
When I give 5.5, it's bad.
I mean, for me, it's just like solid. And like a 5 is like super average or decent. Like again, I think like 3.5 is when it starts getting bad. That's like just bad. But yeah.
So before I give my score, I will speak about the 4 biggest issues I had with the entire season. Matt Gillian being a villain for the third time was bad. All of the episodes are solid but weaker than season 1 and 2. Mendo was less involved in the plot. Yes, he got growth, but only built on 2 episodes, and it really relies on him being with Grogu. Like, take away Grogu, there's no Mando storyline at all in this season. The desire to expand the lore did damage the main storyline, making it feel more messy than other season. overall, I think season 3 deserves 8.5 out of 10. And to give you an idea, I think I gave like 9.7 and 9.5 to the other two seasons. That's something like that. I can't remember exactly season 2, but that was like much better. And for me, like a difference of 1 is huge. So I'm wondering if you guys want to add more to Mendo before we move to Endor.
Uh, so real quick, the episodes that I liked in no particular order were episodes 4, 2, and 7. Which I know you said that you didn't like 7, but I actually liked it a lot. I liked the designs for the for like the new Death Troopers and like the Praetorian Guards or whatever. I just thought that like they looked great. I thought the whole thought the Paz Vizsla scene was done pretty well, and I liked the reference to Thrawn in the episode because that is if you know me well enough, that is probably my second favorite character in all of Star Wars media, and I'm just like I'm just salivating for when he gets introduced in Ahsoka because I can't fucking wait for that.
By the way,
Uh,
we will cover Ahsoka weekly when it comes out. I forgot when it comes
Yeah.
out, but
It's like it comes out on like the 23rd or something, so it'd be like the 29th or whatnot stream, I
Yeah.
guess. And it launches with 2 episodes, so we'll cover 2 of them that week.
yeah.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be the first. I think that's gonna be the first show where I'm gonna be following it weekly, because I really like Ahsoka's character a lot, especially considering like when she was like first introduced in the Clone Wars movie and in like the first season of the Clone Wars show. She's really like annoying and like insufferable, but it's like, looking back, I feel like that was kind of the point. And like throughout that show and throughout Rebels and in the Mandalorian, like the character growth that character has had across across these past 15 years since she was introduced. I just think she's a really good character, and I can't wait to see what they do with it in her show. I actually think this show might be decent.
I mean,
I'm
I
with
don't
you.
know. I don't know, but I don't think it will be like Obi-Wan or something, and I definitely think this will be like an improvement over that shit or like Book of Boba Fett. But I don't know if it'll be good. I don't want to, because it's Disney Star
this
Wars
is one
still.
that Dave Filoni is like writing, right?
Yeah, but he has his issues. Like again, he did that fucking Clone Wars movie that was a piece of shit. So, and he's done other stuff like he worked on Book of Boba Fett as well. So he's had his issues as well. But again,
Well,
so I don't. I just say I'm not saying it won't be, and I am excited for it because I like the character. I just don't want to go into it with that expectations anymore, or for like any Star Wars Disney thing because it's Star Wars Disney. But nonetheless, I think the character will be good for sure because it's a great character.
yeah. But back to Mandalorian, I'll sort of just finish off by saying I don't like what they did with Gideon's character this season. I thought that his motivations were really cartoony, supervillain plot, like bad.
Yeah.
Because he's supposed to be this really smart, calculating guy, and then in season 3, it's like, oh, I want to build a clone army of myself using the Force. And first off, buddy, do you know how fucking expensive that is? Like, the whole reason why the Empire got rid of the clone army to do the stormtroopers is because it was too fucking expensive to keep churning out those dudes. And you want to make clones of yourself using the Force, and you don't even have like a fraction of the resources that the full Galactic Empire had. You're a fucking idiot. It's just silly. And like it wouldn't even work even if he did it. There wouldn't like he would try to he wanted to make what, like thousands of them. That wouldn't fucking work. He didn't even have the money for like a dozen. Like, it's just goofy.
The season gets worse because
It's a
you're right.
boondoggle. It's literally a boondoggle. It's stupid. And it's like that's his motivation for the whole 3 seasons. Like, it's stupid. It's unspeakably dumb. And it ruins the character for me. That was his grand plot across like these past like 5 years or whatever. Like, it's just stupid. Like I could have come up with something better than that.
This is what we call masterpiece. Masterpiece. So,
I mean, Andor, I guess.
yeah, Andor. What did you think starting with Barker?
I actually liked it. I think I found it compelling to watch a Star Wars show about non-Force users. There was something about it that I found grounding, and it was just I found it captivating to watch. Like, I thought it was done really well. Yeah. I actually liked it a lot. There isn't really a lot I could complain about it. There were maybe some episodes that were like the pacing was a little weird, and like I didn't fully agree with like some of the stuff. Like the one character, the security dude who's like following around the ISB agent who had like the mommy issues. Like, that guy was fucking like, okay, that guy was kind of weird. But I feel like he was also maybe written to be that pathetic on purpose. But didn't really like that guy too much. I thought he was a little weird. But I mean, otherwise, I thought it was pretty solid. There weren't like, I wouldn't say that it had like super highs, but there wasn't. I don't remember recalling a scene in the show that I thought, wow, that's really bad. And especially for like a Disney Star Wars show, I think it was pretty competent and fairly consistent quality across the board. And like it was 12 episodes too, but like I didn't really feel like I thought the pacing was good. I didn't feel like it was plodding along or like waiting for it to get done or anything. I thought the plot was decent. So yeah, I actually enjoyed it quite a bit.
Yeah, and they had some actor cameos as well. They had like Andy Serkis was one
I
of them.
fucking love Andy Serkis. I adore that man. I was so happy when I saw him. Like, he was one of my favorite characters in the show by far.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, is there anything else you had to say about it?
Stellan Skarsgård was great too. I have to bring up his name.
Oh yeah,
he
I mean,
like
he's
steals
great
the
in
show
everything.
too. Yeah. Well, not in Thor 2. He wasn't great in Thor 2, but
It's Thor 2. What do you expect?
fair.
But yeah, I mean, Chernobyl and Dune and all them. But yeah, I mean, yeah, this. Now look, I enjoyed it, and I did enjoy the grounded feel and the throw-in moments and like the suspenseful moments. That's exactly what I kind of wanted out of a show, out of like a Star Wars property, kind of like and some like smuggling moments and just like going through that stuff. I enjoyed it, and again, they captured and filmed it well. Now this is like we talked about, in Star Wars and the MCU, there's all these directors trying to do shit like this where it's like they haven't like either really known or cared too much about like the franchise or source material, and mainly just wanted to like do their own thing, and aren't even really too big of fans of the franchise or I've really read it too much, but just want to do their own thing and their like own artistic take, and in like the MC or not even just MCU comic book films and everything. And for the most part, it's kind of failed, but especially fucking Ryan Johnson's. But this is the good version of that, because unlike theirs, they forgot the most important thing, which is that it's fine if you want to do that. just make it good. And they didn't. Their filmmaking, storytelling, acting, everything was shit. This is such a well-made show. It's such a well-acted show, well-edited, good visuals, good writing. All right, some of the best writing in the Star Wars franchise. This is well done, super well done. All right, and I really enjoyed it. I thought it was great. Again,
And the
it's not
writer
like the
was
most.
Tony Gilroy.
Yeah.
He's fucking
So
great.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's almost like you just have to give this shit to talented people, and they'll make it happen. Yeah. Now again, it's not like the most. Again, there's not like the most going on, and I will say, even despite what they did and everything, I will say there are moments where it's like they try to do that grounded feel to it, and they go through things with like characters with that grounded feel where they try to make it interesting, or that in that way, but it's not. It's kind of because we've kind of seen it before in Star Wars films and everything, such as the thing where in like the ship area that they go through, it's like we've seen it before, and like with that grounded feel, so it's not anything new, so it was just a bit boring at parts, but outside of that I really enjoyed it. And again, I understand if people are like aren't into this type of thing, or like into what's going on, but at the end of the day, when we're talking about just like how it's made, written, acted, shot, everything, and filmed, like it's great, and it's like the best Star Wars show yet, in my opinion. This is
By far.
tied with I think this is, a lot of people would say this is tied with Mandalorian season 1, but I would say it's even better, actually, at least for me. Like, yeah, I really enjoyed it. So yeah, and don't have too much else to say, but yeah, this is all right, Ryan Johnson. This is how you're supposed to do it. Just make it good, fucking idiot. And also don't fucking piss on the franchise in the process. Anyway, so you can go now, Multi, I guess.
So I got a lot to say. I will admit that was a bit rough at first, but I kind of warm up to it as the season was going on. Um, I will go on a small tangent here, taking more shots at the anti-woke crowd because it matters. These people like to complain about politics in their media. They whine, they cry about it,
Yeah.
they do
Everything has
outrage.
politics.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
hilarious because you don't see them complaining much about Andor. The
Yeah.
worst they say about it is, "Oh, it's boring. We didn't really enjoy it," but they don't trash it. They don't go out of their way to say it's political, and it's hilarious because that's the only piece of media that's actually political.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, because it's not with like with women as much. So yeah.
it's baffling, and on top of that, there's a girl boss there, the girl in white, or I can't remember her outfit, but
Yeah.
the one leading the investigation on Cassian. But she was a well-written character. But here's the thing: she is a strong character that happens to be female.
Yeah.
I won't say strong female character because that's downgrading, and
Yeah.
it's not a good way to depict a good character. That's the way to depict a trash character when
Yeah,
it's a
but they did it well. And
yeah.
again, like this is also like brought up the point earlier. It's like I'm not saying they don't exist. They definitely do, especially in those Disney live action remakes. But the majority of the time, though, they try to say like girl boss or like a woke character. Majority of the time, outside of the rare example like the Disney live action remakes and other things, it's not. It's just a shitty made character. That's all. And this is proof of it. It's does kind of, it like follows similar things, but it's actually well written and everything. So it isn't. So that's
And
just proof. It's like all the other examples they gave, they weren't woke. It's just they were just poorly made. That's all.
and on top of that, she suits the bill for being a female character that could take some shot from the anti-woke crowd. But I know
Maybe they
exactly.
fell asleep. Maybe they fell asleep
No,
watching this, so that's why.
I think the biggest reason why they didn't go out of their ways to trash Andor, it's because they knew a
Because it's
lot.
a love show.
Yeah, it's a love show, so they are too
Yeah,
shy. They
they're
don't want.
because they're grifters. They just go for the money. If people were trashing on this,
like Obi-Wan,
They
then
would
they would.
trash
But
it.
they're too afraid. Just like half of the anti-woke people are too afraid to go after Barbie because a lot of people love it. See, they're just grifters. Like, again, I've spoken to literally many of them behind the scenes. There's this one guy who's like made similar videos and he has like this blue dyed hair. He's friends with Philosophical Pickle. He literally said he doesn't believe in anything he says. He just was like sick of, doing YouTube for fun and wanted to try to start making money and paying his bills. And then he helped him out, and now he makes a lot of money doing that shit. It's like it's just proof they just do shit for the money. The majority of them, they don't even believe in the shit they say, and this is proof because none of them are going after this.
And it's I think it's very sad because you're not authentic anymore, and I get it. People want to profit out of YouTube, but at what cost? Uh, I like there was a time where I was like, maybe I should do like Ring of Power crap because a lot of channels got highlighted and grew up. But then I would be like, I would just become another grifter, and I don't want this shit. But it's just sad to think and say, and we cannot take them seriously. And I take a lot of shots at them here because it's Disney related, and I really want to show that I'm better than this shit. I will agree with some things they say, but I don't agree with their methods.
Yeah,
And I also take shots at the opposite side as well, um,
yeah.
because the opposite side.
This is the guy, by the way. This
Oh,
is the guy. He doesn't even believe in like the majority of stuff he said. He's just like the pickle. I want to start making money. Tell me what to do. And he started
well,
making these videos. He does not even like believe in like the majority of this shit. Like he made some like woke stuff and and all this shit, and then yeah, he got a bunch of views. The end. Like that.
that's
So
sad.
yeah, yeah, and he got 100,000 subs off of it. So yeah, I'm just saying this is proof. They don't even believe what they are saying. Remember, they're all faking it, people. All right, this
Yeah,
is proof.
and they are not the only one faking it. I will go back to what I mentioned earlier with the SGW crowd because they're I think as bad as anti-war crowd because they do the same thing, but instead of aiming at media, they aim at other channels, and they are all in for cancel culture. And I think they're actually slightly worse because they don't really attack the media or the company behind the media, but they attack more like the creative people and they want to silence them. So they are actually much worse than that. And for once, I cannot say, oh, they are not honest when they talk about Andor because they all praise Andor the crap out of it. So for once, they are honest about something. Um, but yeah, it's crazy. YouTube spheres are interesting to really watch. That's why, like, when I'm not watching TV shows or movies, I watch at both sides videos what they have to say. Like, I unsub to most of the anti-rogue crowd because, to be honest, it's like brainwashing their shit, and it's always the same crap. So I unsub from most of them, but I still watch here and there some of their content. I think the only one that's really worth watching is Critical Drinker, but here again, he's not
Uh,
perfect.
no, even then, listen, he's also a complete faker, and he's kind of a poser.
Yeah,
Even when he seems like he like knows what he's talking about, he really
he doesn't.
doesn't.
Yeah,
And somebody made a video about him, and it's perfect. And I don't expect you to watch it because it's literally
I've
like a
seen it.
2 hour rant. Oh, you've seen it?
Maybe not the 2 hour rant, but I've seen many videos proving that Drinker
Yeah,
is fake. And of course, they
yeah.
are coming all from the SGWs because they like so much to cancel and delete other people just because they don't fall under their lines.
Yeah, but I mean, I'll basically like just screen like you can read it at a later date, but I'll somebody basically like summed up in a comment below like all the points they made, and I'll screenshot it and send it to you in DMs here. so you can
Yeah.
read it later. But yeah, this literally sums up Critical Drinker. He's a faker and a poser as well.
Yeah. So now that I went on that tangent about politics and Endor, I really like the message behind Endor and the way they approach politics in this show, because they really work on both sides. They don't want to overprice one side, and I'm actually surprised that the Empire itself is really depicted as that really villainous side, and it's right that they do that, but this show has nuance and lots of shades of gray with characters and the message they deliver throughout the entire show. It's very gray. It's well written. It's very smart. So the fact that they, despite all of that gray everywhere, they still showed the Empire being like that villainous force of evil. I like that. It means the people working on the show, they understand that the Empire are the bad guys, but the people working from the Empire are not all bad. I think it's amazing. It's genius. It's Endor greatest strength, but it's also a weakness here because there's way too many character. I don't give a shit about any of them. Even Cassian, and I've seen Rogue One. So as much as the writing and the message is done right, this show is also about like how to rebel, how to stand up and try to overthrow what's wrong with the prison, with the speech and the craziness of the last episode. All of these parts are on top. They are amazing. If the entire show was like that, I would say that show is a masterpiece. But the show is not all like that. There's a lot of boring dinner, a lot of boring chat between characters I don't know and I don't want to know. And it's not because of the actor. I really think some of the cosplayer, the people making the costume, are to blame. And maybe the writing as well, because a lot of subplot in these episodes are really weak. In a TV show, it's normal. Usually in a TV show, you have plot A that's like the big plot, and you have like plot B that's like in the background to spend some time with other characters. And usually, what tells me I enjoy a show is I like both plots. Or sometimes I won't like plot B, but plot A is strong enough for me to like keep engaging with what's going on. With Endor, it's uneven. Some episode I like plot A and B, others I only like A, others I only like B, but the other one is just too heavy and I just don't care enough. I just don't like it enough. It's uneven. And as I said, way too many characters. As much as the writing is on point, there's just way too many characters, and I feel like the same story could have been told in 9 or 8 episodes instead of 12. Um, just caught a lot of useless dinner where I want to bash my head on the screen because I'm tired to hear people talking about how evil the Empire, but how needed they are. I get it. You want your characters to be as great. You want to show both sides, but there's just so many scenes that are the same and they have the same purpose. It's just like caught, man. Like it feels like he's super caught of a movie they just didn't think through, and they were like, we got like 20 scenes with the same thing, but we will let it slide because why cutting? We need to do 12 episodes.
And again, I think that's the biggest problem with it is that they show too many of the same scenes, and they're still well done and everything, but we've seen it before, and also stuff that was already in Star Wars films that they then try to say is like something different. And I think, yeah, that's the biggest issue with this show. I agree. Like, it's well made, but that does drag it down a bit. and I will say that. And kind of
Di-
like it's sort of like Netflix shows. Honestly, the Netflix superhero shows, like not the good ones or the good moments in them, but
Yeah.
even then they have certain. Even then, like Jessica Jones and Daredevil and such, they have moments similar to that drag on for too long. But overall, yeah, it kind of feels like a Netflix show like that, where it just drags on too much with those dramatic scenes we've already seen before.
And I will also say that there's way too much telling instead of showing. I'm watching a TV show. I don't want to like read a script or a novel because that's basically a novel when it's just a character that's like, oh yeah, I let me tell you that story or that happened, you know. And I will add also something else about the flashbacks. What was the point? And it's coming from someone that liked most of Arrow's flashbacks, like season 3 and 4 are trash, but I liked Arrow season 1, 2, and 5 flashbacks. And the biggest reason is they added something, they explained stuff, and they were appealing. And when they were a B plot, most of these seasons I mentioned, that B plot was great. Capuchon is a perfect example. 17 was like 80% flashbacks. But there's so much going on in these flashbacks that keeps me invested. It's like B plot took over A plot, and I don't mind it because A plot was also on top. But then with Andor, we get these flashbacks to flesh out the mother, I guess, and to tell all sad the backstory of Cassian is. But like, I don't need that. I know he'll die anyway in Rogue One, and I don't care about the mother. I don't even care about him, and that's the main character. So why should I care about his flashbacks and his sad backstory? Like, the other reason why I liked Oliver flashbacks is because I cared about that main character. I cared about his trauma and the team of trauma. But here with Andor, I I just didn't care about Cassian. And I wanted to care about it because that's the main character. I really wanted to give a very fair shot to the TV show, and I did. But the fact that your lead just doesn't speak to me at all is a huge miss. Like, a good lead, a lead that talks to me and that resonates with me can really help me out going through like really bad stuff. And maybe that's why I like Supergirl, because I thought she's a decent lead. I'm entertained by Supergirl. You know, the show is not that great. I admit it, it's not a great show, but I was invested and interested because I cared for Supergirl. Here Andor, I can't even remember a single. Well, I remember their face, but I don't remember their names or their motives. There was that guy that was in love with the girl boss. I guess they wanted you to care for this shit, but it was like C plot in like some of the episodes here and there. It was still a well written character, as I said. Like, the writing is on point, but the execution and lots of these surrounding are really bad. It's a shame. Like, as I said, 8 episodes, you tell the same story. There are some great highlights. The entire prison story arc. And they just highlighted the biggest sin of that show. When we had the A plot being the prison, and then we had B plot like people investigation and like people talking to each other. I didn't care about that. I just wanted to see the thing prison. Or like episode 6 that I enjoyed, we had that ice thing where they needed to break into a base. I like this, but then we got B plot, or we got like 10 shots of the same people like doing a party outside. It's like, bro, I don't give a shit. I just want to see the action. I just want to see my character doing stuff. I don't care about these people. We don't even get to see them again. And as I said, the message is amazing, but there's just so much bad stuff in it. Now, I did speak a lot. Um, the music, I forgot to mention the music. I thought the music was amazing. I also thought the villain were very enjoyable. Um, Even if they are forgettable, they are enjoyable because they're well written. Okay. Now we do the guessing game. What do you think, Parker, is my worst three episode this season?
Probably episode 2, episode 4, and episode 9.
249. Okay. What about you, Cole? What do you think is my worst three?
I'll say episode 7, episode 5, and episode 2.
Very interesting. Both of you mentioned two, and two is in my lower part, but it will be more of an honorable mention because I thought episode 4. Oh my, 4. I gave it a 7 out of 10 because I gave them credit where credit is due. I thought that episode was average. There was nothing really awful about it, but I like it's something I can miss or I could skip. Um, yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of it. Um, my worst, like my least favorite, is 3. 3, I truly hated that episode. I wanted to forget about it after watching. That's around the time where I told you in the chat. That's rough. Like,
Really,
um,
you didn't like Reckoning? Wow.
I thought the pacing was bad, forgettable
Mm.
characters, plot convenience, the Empire just happening to be there at the right moment to hear and/or talk to the droid. Can't aim, can't aim. I felt nothing when the guy died. Pacing. It also lost 2 points on top of the issues I had because I thought that was a very weak episode and the likes didn't make up for the sins. Um, so yeah, that's my least favorite episode in the entire season. Um, Now my second worst would be episode 5 with a 6 out of 10. I thought the pacing was bad. Flashback don't add enough to be justified. The pacing again, that episode I was so bored. I wanted to turn the shit out off. Like I was like, bro, no. Pacing again, telling instead of showing. Side note, I had apathy, so I just wanted this to end. Um, Now I mentioned my worst three, so let's do the guessing game for my top three, starting with Parker.
What's up?
What do you think is my top three favorite episodes?
Um, gonna say 8, 11, and 10.
What about you, Cole?
I'll say, which were your worst 3 again? It was
My
3,
wor-
5,
my
and what?
actually my to give you a clear idea, my worst four was 4, 3, 2, and 5. So
Wow.
2, 3, 4, 5. These are
Wow.
like the bottom four for me.
I mean, yeah, I figured
All those in that range besides 3. But okay, well, I'm gonna say episode 6, episode 10, and episode episode 12. So yeah,
Okay.
6, 10, 12, I guess.
So my notes are a bit messy for that one. All I can say is episode 10 was among the top 3 with a 9.7 out of 10. I really like this one. I think that's the one where they break out of prison.
Yes.
And if I remember correctly, the only issue I may have is, did we add in this episode one scene where they were just talking outside of prison, like that was like the B plot, that at one scene? I'm sure that's my issue. I was like, why the fuck am I watching them talking? I don't care. I want to see the prison breakout. I'm sure that was my issue. I've seen like every episode back to back when I was going back from my travel, but
Yeah.
I'm sure that was my issue. It's like obvious when I think about it.
Yeah.
And it was so close from being perfect, man. It breaks me. I'm like, bro, I really like the strong aspect of this show, but then the shit takes over and like, bro, why you gotta ruin this for me? Now, my second favorite was, let me take a look at my messy notes everywhere. Okay, second favorite would be episode 8, and the top issues are too many characters, pacing with a 9 out of 10.
Damn.
And episode 6 is another episode I really liked, and that's another 9 out of 10. And my issues are, again, pacing, can't aim. I'm sure in the 2 episodes I just mentioned, there's a bunch of scenes I've already seen in the past, and I got pissed at it. I wanted to hit my screen. I was like, bro, why are you doing this to me, show? I really want to like you. I really want to, but you do so much to hurt yourself and shoot on your own foot. It's like he really wants to like break his own foot by shooting in it. Yeah, it's Disney in a nutshell. They will never self injure or self inflict pain enough for them to like do something smart, you know. My um overall, I still think it's a strong show overall, but the sins they did throughout, it's just not forgivable. Parker, what would be your worst 3 episodes?
Uh, I would say 1, 2, and 4.
Okay.
Wasn't
What
really a
about
fan
you,
of those
Cole?
ones. They were a little slow.
Yeah. 1, 2, and 5. I do think I really love some of like the shots in 1 and 2 though. That's my favorite part of it. Some of like the direction, but still 1 and 2 though are still like the weakest. So and then I guess 5. I also think though that 7. I think dragged on at points that weren't needed, especially with what came later on in episode 8 and 9 and such. But still, I wouldn't say so. That would probably be like my 4th choice if I had to pick. And yeah, I guess favorite 3 would be 10, 8, and 6. And I was gonna say 8 for you. It's just God, for some reason, usually when there's like a cameo episode, you don't like it, so I didn't think you would like 8.
Yeah. Well, 8. 8. Let me see. 8.
Yeah, my favorites are 10, 8, and 6 as well.
Oh yeah, so we have the same ones.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
I
they're
mean
they're
he
they're
does
just
too. I
fucking.
think
They're just good, man. They're
There
just
was a
like
cameo in
they're
eight.
just great.
There
Andy
was
Serkis.
I can't remember the
Andy, it was an
Andy Serkis.
actor, not yeah, not an
Oh,
actor,
okay.
not a character.
Okay. So what was your top three, Parker?
Uh, 10, 8, and 6. Yeah, I really liked I really liked the prison episodes. I really liked 8 because it showed a very dark side of the Empire that I didn't expect I would see in a Disney show. You know, the whole thing where they killed off an entire floor of
Yeah,
prisoners. Like I was I was not expecting to see that in a Disney show. I thought that was really
it
I
went
like that.
dark.
That's like what told me that this show's like the best Disney Star Wars show in a mile.
Yeah, the best thing they've ever made.
I mean, besides like maybe Mandalorian season 1, but uh,
I would say
Mendo
this
season
tops it
one was
though.
far better. Mendo season one was far better.
I think Mandalorian season one has higher peaks at moments with certain like scenes, especially action scenes. But I think Andor is a better overall show.
that's fair. Yeah, I really like that about 8. 10, I thought the prison break was really it was done really well. I think it was done really well for like a prison break type of episode because
Yeah,
I've seen like some of those where it's like it's really like silly, but like this one I think was done very
Mm-hmm.
intelligently.
Yeah, especially that there was this show they used to fucking overhype back in the day called Prison Break.
yeah.
Like I don't understand. Like people are like, it used to be good. Season one and season two were amazing, but then they dropped off and they just pushed it out for too long to milk it dry, and then it became too cheesy and stupid. And why he would keep getting put in prison. But it's like I'd watch season one, I'm like, no, it was always this stupid. It was always this cheesy.
And
So
I also liked episode 6 because I thought the heist was like that was really good, and I thought it was pretty tense
yeah,
because like all like besides Andor, who we know was not going to be in serious trouble at all in this season, but the other characters, I was like, I was just thinking in my head as everything started going wrong, how many of them are gonna die in this scene right here? I just thought it was really good. I really enjoyed that episode.
so the way I would structure the show to make it much better, in my opinion, I would have like episode one and two being like Cassian introduction and the rebels and him getting the contract for the ice, and episode three would be the ice, and episode four would be like what happens after and the Empire tracking down Cassian, and then five they would basically arrest Cassian, and then we would have like either by the second half of like episode five the prison stuff up to like episode 7 or 8, and then I would like keep like 9 and 10 like the same two last episode we got. So I think like if you can make it work for 10 episode, but just 12 is way too much for me. Um, because I feel like the pacing really hurt the show a lot. I feel like could have done better because I just like what guys said. I really like episode 6. That was a really strong episode. Um, what I had something in my mind and I actually forgot. But
I, I,
go
well,
ahead.
I'm trying to organize my thoughts. So like I get what you're saying about how the pacing's a little slow and sometimes maybe inconsistent, but for me anyways, I felt like that was kind of the point of the show. For me it felt like very much like a slow burn, and having a non-force user main character like Cassian Andor, who is also like he's like a nobody rebel who he's just like he's really like scrounging to like survive on some backwater planet with a bunch of other nobodies.
Yeah.
uh like he's really like a scavenger, like for like a lot of that. And I feel like maybe that's kind of the point, because he's really just a nobody who's caught up in this much bigger uh story. But what I like about the story is it's self-contained. It's not a big galaxy-spanning threat. It's not even like a sector-spanning threat. It's more like here's like a couple planets, and like that's about it.
Actually, it's only like one or two planets. Like,
yeah,
and I like that, because I hate it's just like with the superhero stuff. Not everything needs to be end of the world thing.
yeah.
So I like
that's
this.
what I hate about
I'm
Obi-Wan.
glad. It's a nice change.
Yeah.
And now I remember, I want to take more shots at Batwoman, because they had so many like abuse of power episode, and I was really bothered by this shit. Guess what? Andor has abuse of power, but it's a team well handled by good writers. So you see the message, when it's handled by competent people, it can work very well. Just do it right. Just be smart about it. I spoke in length, so guys won't be that surprised when I gave my score out of 10. So, is there anything else to add before we move to the grades?
Not for me, at least.
What about you, Parker? Because I know you liked it a lot.
No,
That's the time to
I
shine.
liked it. I enjoyed it for what it was. Pretty solid. I'd recommend it to most people.
So, actually, this time around, usually I don't do the guessing game for the grade, but I'm curious to hear what you guys are thinking. I will give score to, starting with Cole. What do you think will be my score out of 10?
Like a 7.5 or an 8, around that.
What about you, Parker? What do you think I will give this show?
I'm expecting maybe like a 6.5.
You guys are close. A 7 out of 10 for me.
Damn.
The highlights are amazing, but the downsides of it makes me like run away from the show. I'm telling you,
I mean, that's a little surprising. I mean, like, I would have guessed a 7, because that's usually like what you give stuff that you appreciate but just weren't as into like this. But you said like it was like average, like a 7 when you were like watching the bad episodes, and then you said, later on it got better. So I figured it'd be more than a 7 since it improved for you.
it improved, but the issue remained the same. It improved because I had more reason to enjoy it and to like it, but my issues still remain, and I don't see myself rewatching the entire thing. If I rewatch the
what
show,
would you want from a season 2? Because they're making it.
they want a season 2. Oh my, bro!
And they're making it. It might come out in like 2024.
Why? We don't need this shit. It's like fucking Joker 2.
But yeah, that's not needed,
I'm
and that's
out.
going to be so pretentious.
Why?
Dude, I'm just waiting for Gladiator 2, man.
Do a
Oh my
movie.
God,
I
that-
don't
yeah,
care.
that
Don't
too.
do another season. Oh, why?
I
Why?
mean, the only thing I'm happy about Gladiator 2, though, is okay, unless it's going to be a different story with completely different actors and stuff, I'm excited because the one I forgot his name, and his name's too hard to pronounce, but the African American actor from the original Gladiator.
I'm gonna butcher this.
But great actor. He's been in a lot of like blockbuster stuff, and he's been so mistreated throughout his career when he's a great actor. So I mean, if it's like a continuation, then I'm excited to see more of him, and he might even be the lead. So
I can fucking bet if they really go forward with season 2, they will try to emulate the same shit, and it won't work because they already did it before, and it will be worse.
Let's see, season 2. It will debut in August 2024. That's what they said.
Are you kidding me? I really hope the strike cancel this shit.
That's mean.
Look, I said it. I thought the back half with the prison made it worth watching. Like, if I would rewatch, I would watch like episode 8 and upward, and I would watch like 6 and maybe 1 just to remember what started everything. I would watch like half the season. That's the thing. That's why for me it's a 7. It's because I don't see myself rewatching the entire thing. It's sometimes I give a 7 and I see myself rewatching because I enjoyed a lot of things. But here I give a 7 because I recognize there's a lot of value to it, and the up man, they're really high. But the lows, man, the lows, it's like, bruh, I don't want them to tell me a 10th time the Empire is wrong. I don't you I don't want to hear you defending the Empire for the 10th fucking time. 2 time is enough. The Empire is bad. I know. The Empire is bad. I know. The Empire is good. Look, there's order. Okay, that's good. Look, there's order. That's good. Look, there's order. Shut the fuck up. I don't care anymore. That's what summarizes like my experience with the show. Like, I will do like a super cut where I cut every meaningless exchange between two characters to justify different point of view. And I'm fine when it's politics. You need to show both sides, right? It's not the issue. It's like the execution. You don't need to show like 20 times the same point of view. You don't need this shit. You need balance. I need to see other stuff than people arguing or debating. Anyway, enough friends. Parker, what is your grade out of 10?
Uh, I'd give it a 7. I really enjoyed it.
What about you, Cole?
I'll give it an 8. So yeah, it's
So we
Wow.
are very
0.5.
similar.
Yeah,
It's
so it's
funny.
a 0.5 higher than Mandalorian season 1 for me because I gave that like a 7.5.
And for me, there's a big gap between this and Mendel third season. Even if it's only 1.5, there's a big gap because I see myself rewatching Mendel outside of episode 4. Like, I would skip this shit, but I would watch like the other 7 episodes easy, like no sweat. Like, that was fun. I liked it. But Andor, man, if you make 12 episodes and I only like half of it, I don't even like half of it. I like 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes, I actually like half of it, but that's really half of it. There's a bunch of episodes like I don't care. Um, so yeah, is there anything else to add to Andor before we move to the 5 movies that I don't think Parker has seen? Have you seen any of the 5 movies this week?
Uh, no, I'm probably gonna be boogieing.
Yeah, but we can
after this.
rediscuss Oppenheimer though. For a
Oh
bit.
yeah, Oppenheimer. I almost
Oh,
forgot
oh
about that.
yeah,
It's like Dead Reckoning. Yeah, Oppenheimer.
forgot about that.
So yeah, what did you think of Oppenheimer,
Um,
Parker?
so I participated in Barbenheimer. So a group of friends and I from we all went to high school together. We sort of double booked tickets for both films. So I went to see Oppenheimer first. And then to cure my existential dread, I went to go see Barbie, and I also got existential dread from that. But I really liked Oppenheimer. Um, After watching it, it sort of inspired me to watch the other Christopher Nolan films I haven't seen before. So like, I watched like right after, like over the weekend afterwards, I watched uh Memento, Prestige, Insomnia, and I've never seen those films by him before. And I was gonna see Inception, but I'll get around to that at some point because I don't know if I don't know. I need to be in the right headspace to watch that type of film. But I definitely think Oppenheimer, for me, anyways, I would put it in one of like his top 3 films. The other two would be, in my opinion, uh, Dunkirk and Memento. and I think Oppenheimer's right up there with them. I I thought for a 3-hour movie, it was pretty interestingly paced, especially for I guess this would be considered a biopic. Uh,
Yeah.
I liked I found his like the way he told the story, like showing the like his life as he was becoming a scientist and then working on the Manhattan Project at Los Alamos, to the concurrently talking about the investigation on whether or not he was like a communist, a communist sympathizer, which I thought that was done pretty well. I've always found Red Scare and Cold War history. Uh, I've always been really interested in that particular part of American history because it kind of boggles my mind that like just the amount of conspiracy and paranoia that was involved during that period, and how like really the lengths that the FBI like went to, like even if like if your grandmother's like cousin's dog was like from Russia, you could be charged as like being a communist, and it's like I just thought that was like fucking crazy. So I really enjoyed watching those scenes, and I thought the black and white scenes with Louis Strauss, and I just have to say Robert Downey Jr. was fucking amazing in this. I think uh I think that uh I thought Ryan Gosling was a really great Ken in Barbie, but I think if we're going to give like best supporting actor for like a film for like whatever film awards are going to be for like this year or next year, whatever, I think Robert Downey Jr. should definitely be in the conversation for that, because I like his character like had such presence and gravitas, and I didn't really know anything about him before going into the movie, so I was kind of like taken aback when it was revealed he was one who was trying to discredit Oppenheimer. But I thought it was just done so well, and it's like
Yeah, I mean the entire cast is stacked. Like there's so many A-listers that are in like 3 minutes in this film. Like this
like
cast
like
is
like like Kenneth
so stacked.
Branagh's in it, and he's like not even in it for that long.
Yeah, yeah. Like the only other films that have a cast this stacked where there's like literally like 50 A-listers that are in for like 3 minutes is Wes Anderson films. That's pretty much it.
Mm-hmm.
Like even the fucking even like the C or D listers are people that are pretty like famous and loved,
Dude,
such
Gary
as like the
Oldman's
what?
in this for like 5 minutes, but the scene,
Yeah,
so for reference, he plays President Truman, and I think that is one of the best scenes in the whole movie. It's just like the amount of disgust in his face when Oppenheimer said that he like that he felt he had blood on his hands for making the bombs. And then
yeah,
Truman just looks at me and he's like, "How pathetic you be! I'm the one who's dropping them."
yeah, yeah. Oh my god, and yeah,
It's
I could
just
be
I
it's
like
Gary
that scene.
Oldman just damn so
It,
unrecognizable as well in that scene. He's just can transform him
Yeah,
and
like that
you
didn't
know
even look like him at
Bradley.
all. Like whoever did the makeup for that, I thought
Yeah,
like it
yeah,
was
it was
insane.
sort of reminded me of like the makeup and transformation of like Christian Bale and Vice. You know, so
Hmm.
yeah, but yeah, again, like even the C and D listers though, even those, like he casted C and D listers in like very minor roles where even them are big names because they have big fan bases from the stuff they still did, such as Devin Bostick, for example, who played like Broderick in Diary of a Wimpy Kid. So for the memes and everything,
Yeah,
like even so, yeah, even like the C and D listers like that have huge fan bases who are only
yeah,
in for like
like Jack
5 minutes.
Quaid, he stood out to me immediately because of The
Mhm.
Boys. I recognized the Alden Ironrick. I can't pronounce his name. He did Han Solo in the Solo film, but he was sort of Louis Strauss's he was like his assistant or whatever. And I thought, the scenes he was, I thought he was pretty good. Like he was like a voice of reason for Strauss when he was fucking losing his mind during the Senate hearing. Um, well, oh, Dane DeHaan was in this.
I mean, I'm not a Dane DeHaan fan, but at least he wasn't in it for too long.
I thought the slime ball type of character he played, I thought he did it pretty well. David Dastmalchian, who's in like every Christopher Nolan film, he was in
Oh
this.
yeah,
He did great.
and then also it was, I believe, I forgot if his name's Josh or Benny, but I think like Benny Safdie, his name. But yeah, he was in this. Again,
hmm
I don't know if you've seen like Uncut Gems and Good Time yet, Parker. But
Uncut Gems is very high on my list of films to see next.
yeah. Again, he's one of the two directors, the brothers, and he does a lot of acting. Like he was the supporting character in many films, like Uncut Gems, Good Time, Licorice Pizza. And yeah, he played, in my opinion, like honestly, like one of the best characters in this film. He was amazing in it with his
Yeah,
character.
he was Edward Teller.
Yeah, like
he was the only guy.
Needs more work.
He was the only who was the only other scientist name I was able to remember, because he was the Hungarian guy with the super thick accent.
Yeah,
and he was like,
yeah. I mean, I recognize
him
because I've seen a lot of his stuff, his films. But yeah, he was like my favorite, honestly, outside of like the lead. Like I know like him and his brother do amazing films and such as filmmakers, but he needs to get cast in like some lead roles. Like he's proven himself as an actor too now. But yeah. Again, Cillian Murphy, I think, should like definitely get nominated for an Oscar. He was incredible, and I'm just glad he's been in Christopher Nolan films as a supporting character for so long. So I'm glad he finally is as a lead now. And again, if you don't, you might have also multi-topic. We did watch that 28 Days Later. He was the lead in that. If you don't
really?
remember.
I don't remember.
Yeah, he was that
I
one
remember
guy.
the movie.
Yeah,
but
he's been in a lot of films for a while. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and again, the makeup is incredible. The makeup, like again, that old person makeup for people like Emily Blunt near the end, it's incredible. Like it's so realistic and like fucking so well done.
Yeah.
I can't say enough good things about the film. I also liked obviously the Trinity test scene. I thought was really cool, and I liked the scene afterwards where he's like, talking to like not even an auditorium, just like the room of people, and it's just like the bright white flash in there, and you sort of just seeing just like decayed bodies in there of the people he was talking to, and like just sort of just him thinking of the horror that he just created. And
yeah, that was one of the best scenes. But the third act, man, was rough, I thought, mainly because of the sound. But that was amazing. That scene was great.
Yeah, the final good thing I'll say about this, and then I'll really quick go over what I didn't like about the film. I can't believe they so and this is something I think a lot of Gen Zers will appreciate. Fucking Josh Peck being the guy who pushes the button like that. Like when there's the scene of him in like the auditorium of like being interviewed to being put on the team, I think half the theater was like, holy shit, that's Josh Peck. and then seeing him as the guy pushing the goddamn button, that just I thought that was hilarious, but I loved it. I just was not expecting to see him in Oppenheimer. Like loved it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I loved it. Okay, well, actually, I think it might have been the other guy, but I believe one of them. I think it might have been the other though. It might have even been both though, but I believe he was like him or Drake Bell at one point got like falsely accused of child pedophilia.
That was Drake.
Yeah. I think they also tried like getting like Josh Peck as well, trying to say like he knew about it and hid it for him.
Oh, that's
yeah,
weird.
I mean, that's nice to see because I hate when people are falsely accused. He had to fucking keep his silence forever, and yeah, it was really terrible.
Yeah. So what I didn't like about the film, and this is my complaint with every Christopher Nolan film, especially in a movie theater, I couldn't fucking hear the dialogue half the time. Like I thought the sound
Thank
mixing was
you.
kind of, I thought the sound mixing was kind of but it's like that for a Christopher Nolan film. I'm just gonna wait for it to be put on like streaming or whatever, and I'll just watch it with subtitles so I could actually understand what the characters were saying.
Yeah, but again,
Because,
that's what he's doing purposely because he thinks that you don't need to hear everything, and that he said it's a Republican or fucking some Democratic or whatever like way of thinking,
I
and
mean,
that it's like you don't need to anymore. But it's like okay, most of the time he does it, or the majority of the time, fine. But there's certain points where no, you need to tone it down a bit.
so the very last scene actually, when Oppenheimer and Albert Einstein are talking, I had no idea what they said. And then everyone just started cheering, and I'm just like, "Wait, what did they say?" Because so my
I don't know.
hearings
I
like
heard what they
so
were
so
saying. They were talking about he was like
so let me just so I should also say that my hearing's not the best. So having to listen to Christopher Nolan films without subtitles is challenging for me because like my hearing's
okay.
kind of not the best. So it's just
Yeah,
for
I mean,
me,
mine isn't
I
the
find
best
it a little
either.
bit frustrating. But otherwise, I liked the film a lot. I really, really, really enjoyed it.
I
And
see.
I feel you,
yeah,
Parker. I feel you. The
Yeah, I
biggest
mean,
sin
I
of
think
the
near
third
the end
act.
though, let me try
The
to.
biggest sin of the third act is that damn scene where they speak, but then the music takes over the floor and you cannot hear
I mean,
shit anymore.
that was meant to like make it like thrilling and intense, and nothing that they hit over the music though when they were doing that was important dialogue. It was all just like repeating the same thing, so that's why they did it. There was mainly other moments where they hid important dialogue, but that wasn't one of them in my eyes. But you said you had trouble hearing like near the end. It was like Albert talked about, like again, eventually you'll get a medal and everything, but it's just for them. It's not for you. It's just to make them look good. And then I don't know if you misheard that stuff, but that's basically what he was talking about.
yeah. But aside from that, I really enjoyed it. I was kind of worried going into this Barbenheimer experience because I'm pretty critical with the stuff that I watch, and I was worried. In the back of my head, I was thinking, "Oh, what if this doesn't live up to the hype? Am I gonna be the only person in this movie theater that's not gonna like this movie?" That didn't happen, obviously, but that has happened to me before with other films. So I'm glad that didn't happen with this one.
What would be your grade out of 10?
9, easy. I thought it was fantastic.
That's great. I can't remember if I gave it a 7 or a 8, but yeah, I thought that was a well done movie, but I had many issues. Like, I didn't care about the characters. The sound mixing was shit, and the pacing was godly awful.
I mean, I think the biggest problem for me is that just a lot of like the actual like character dialogue in the film that they wrote and like the conversations with characters, it doesn't even feel like natural like character conversations. It doesn't feel authentic, and that's a problem that I've had with a lot of Hollywood blockbusters and everything in Nolan films, where it doesn't feel like authentic conversations in comparison to other films that I like. It almost like feels like he's like desperately just trying to make a bunch of scenes that people will then put on like on articles saying like top 50 most intense movie moment scenes of all time. It's like
Because
it's
of the
almost like
damn
he's just
music at the end that you keep
it's almost like
defending.
he's just going for that shit pretentiously instead of like actual like authentic character dialogue scenes, especially with Florence Pugh and Cillian Murphy's characters in the film. But and especially with the sad music, that cliche, shitty sad music. Again, they played way too much music throughout the film. They needed to have some. They needed to have scenes without music, and it would have improved it.
I fully agree. Anything else to add, Parker, before you leave us, I think.
That's about it. I'll also say I really enjoyed Barbie as well, and I don't know if either of you saw that one, but I thought that was also a film that was very well
Yeah,
done,
yeah, I thought it
and
was
it
great.
wasn't what it wasn't what I was expecting going into it. I was expecting something completely different, but I really
We
enjoyed
will
it.
we will cover Barbie next week
And
because
next week, yeah.
Cole has seen it, and since Cole has enjoyed it, it passed the test for me if I will go see it. So
I
we
mean,
will
no
cover
guarantee you'll like
Barbie.
it, but again, just remember going into it. Um, just remember it's sort of like it knows it's a stupid like premise for a film, and it embraces it. It's sort of like the Lego Movie, where it's sort of like a satire of itself, and yeah, and just remember that going
As long
into
as
it.
they shit on modern feminism, I'm glad with this.
No,
I
and
used to like
it's
feminists.
actually very good with feminist stuff, and it treats both of them equally. Like
Yeah.
there's people who misunderstood the point of it and thought it was man hating, but it wasn't. It was actually showing them in a good light with them being treated horribly, the males in the film, and it was also a play on how younger girls when they were younger and played with Barbies, they would treat the Ken dolls like shit, and then the Barbie dolls well, and floating from the sky and stuff. Again, it's like a satire on that, and plays it well and has a good understanding of it. But again, a lot of some people, and especially the anti-wokes, misunderstand that though, and they think it's just fucking man-hating because they're idiots.
Yeah, and that's why we need nuance, and of course, because the anti-woke crowd hates it, of course the SGW, they will like it like it's the best movie and it should get
Yeah.
like.
I mean, it's actually
movie
pretty
of the year.
divided right now, though. There's actually half of the anti-wokes are actually trying to say, you know what, I gave it a chance, and it's actually pretty good. It's actually more divided right now.
So you see, I'm out of what they are doing, so I'm surprised that half of it is
Me
actually
too, but that's
defending
what
this shit.
people told me. I don't actually check because I don't give a fuck about.
I haven't seen any reviews of the movie because I don't want my opinion to be influenced by anything. Like the only person I heard speaking about it was you, and I trust you a lot. And there's a lot of things you liked and I didn't like, so you don't really influence me that much, even if you like you're one of the key factor why we cover stuff. You don't influence me that much when it comes to reviews because we have different tastes. But yeah, it passed the test, so we will cover Barbie next week at our usual time, 5:30, or maybe 6:30 if we try to get Miss 1776. I don't know. We will see. We will talk later about the time.
Cool.
So
So
Parker,
I am good. Oh, what's up?
what were you about to say?
Um, Before I head out, I just want to say this to Cole. Last night, I finally got around to watching She-Hulk, and that might be
Oh god,
one of the worst things I've ever watched in my life. I
why
was
would you put yourself through that?
I was expecting it to be standard Marvel Cinematic Universe Phase 4 or 5 whatever bad, but it was actually worse than that. It was actually
It's like anti-comedy. It's insane.
it was worse than what I was expecting, which was already rock bottom.
Mm-hmm.
So
Bro,
I just wanted to let you know that.
I will let you know this, Parker. We were covering that weekly, and it's hilarious because before it came out, I knew it would be train wreck. So I was like, "Cool, let's watch Jessica Jones because that's female led." And Jessica Jones, even when it was kind of not that great anymore, it still had things to offer. And season 1 of Jessica Jones, I think we covered it when the first episode of She-Hulk came in, and we cracked so many laugh. I even did like a 4-hour video like trashing She-Hulk and comparing She-Hulk to Miss Marvel because no, never mind. I didn't do that. I mixed up videos. But anyway, we spent hours and hours roasting the shit out of She-Hulk. We even had a guest, Chillmonger, you know him, He came in for like 2 streams. Like the first stream he came in, he liked it, but then when the show finished, he was like, "Yeah, I guess we're right the first time we covered the show." And shocker, two of my co-worker, they liked it. When I heard them, I was like, "But why? I want to hear why. I want to understand." These two co-worker, man, they liked it. I was shocked. So in real life, I know 3 people that actually liked it.
Wow, that's a world record. Holy fuck.
Yeah, yeah. I'm surprised. Like one of my best friends really liked it. We really have very very different tastes, but that doesn't mean we are not friends. Like having different tastes, opinion, it doesn't really matter when friendship is true. Anyway, Parker, is there anything else you'd like to share?
Nope. I am going to watch Secret Invasion, and I'll let you know how that goes.
Good luck with that shit.
It can't be as bad as She-Hulk, dude. That's like rock.
It's not, but it's still bad.
It has to go up from here.
Man, like I knew they couldn't do like actual secret invasions, and I accepted that. I just wanted a good spy thriller type thing,
It's
and
too
that's
much.
well made.
It's too much asked, bro.
Yeah,
don't
and
expect
God,
that from
and it's-
Disney.
Yeah, but it's like the cast was stacked. They had so many amazing actors in it, such as Ben Kingsley and Olivia Colman. So I thought, they have to make at least a decent one, right? And also, especially since one of the producers worked on Mr. Robot, which is an amazing show. So I figured it has to be decent. No, it's bad. It's a waste of time. It is so dull and just lifeless. It does nothing. It's pretty poorly acted and written. And yeah, it's just wow. And the director, he's done like nothing, and he's done nothing for like 14 years, and then randomly shows up and gets to direct this show. I have no clue why, but yeah.
That's something I've noticed with a lot of these Marvel shows is the director, like a lot of these directors I never heard of before, and maybe that's why these shows suck. Maybe they just need to get like established directors like do these.
Or maybe like hire a good team and you can give a chance to a new guy as long as he is helped by a good team. Like there's a lot of teamwork in that process, especially in modern day. Like there are teams of writers. So that's how I see it. So anything
Yeah.
else to add, Parker?
Nope.
Thank you very much. I enjoy a lot having you around. And another perspective from a new member of the panel is always very appreciated.
Also, I will say this: the second last episode of Secret Invasions is really good, but the rest not so much. So
Okay.
yeah.
I watched episode 1 right before coming on the show, and I thought it was okay. Like I didn't think it was bad, but we'll see how it goes. I'll let you know how it goes, Cole. But thanks for having me on. Yeah, I love talking Star Wars. Love talking movies. Well, at least movies I've seen. So I promise I've seen movies. I have like 600 on my letterbox. It's just I'm trying to get through my list.
We post the schedule every week, so I'm just saying if you ever wanted to before Tuesday, like watch some of them, before the stream, then you're free to. That's why we post it.
Yeah.
But also next week we will be doing we will be covering ones that I think you might have seen. We're doing both of the Spider-Verse films. We're doing the Flash film. And we're doing, and then what was the other one we're doing? It was, it was Barbie. And then there's another one which is mainly a placeholder. I'll figure out what it will be later, but yeah.
Okay.
So, thank you again, Parker. Very appreciated. Thank you for your time. Take care and have a great one, and we will talk later, man.
Peace.
Okay. You and I, Cole.
Which movie first?
I'd say we cover it in order I've seen them. So this means in order of release, starting with Searching. Now, I will start by saying this was a masterpiece.
Wow.
I like
Yeah.
the craft out of Searching and Missing. These
Yeah,
two
I mean,
movies.
I put on Searching for this week because again, it's the same thing as Missing, which is from this year since we're trying to watch more movies this year, and it was also the first one that the director / writer made. So yeah.
So we all started with Searching. I really really liked it a lot,
Yeah.
and the only big issue I got with this one, plot convenience. No password to access the daughter computer. No clear explanation on how you would have cracked the computer if it had password. Uh, I thought that was very important to explain how did
Yeah.
it just got
I mean, I
right.
haven't seen it in a little while, so I don't know if there was actually a reason that they explained or showed. But I know that if there wasn't, then I know they fixed it in Missing, though.
Yeah, Missing fixed it. Missing was just wow. And I once we get into Missing, I won't have much more to say, but Missing shocked me on how good this was because the premise is basically very similar. They like swapped what's missing, like the parent is missing,
Yeah.
and
And again, that you thought it would go a very similar route, but then
no,
they
it's
twisted.
different. It's different.
Yeah, it's like the first 45 minutes or so, it takes a similar route, so you think you know what's going on, but then they flip it upside down many times.
And I think a lot of movies they even shows they create plot twists for shocking value, shocking moment, even if they don't make sense. It's just like you got that moment. You will remember that moment. But Searching and Missing don't fall into that shit. Like the plot twist actually takes the story on another turn, and they are justified and they are well written. They make sense, and it's more than just oh shocker this happened. So yeah, I will let you talk a bit because I got a lot to say, so I will let you talk a bit now.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's been many attempts recently at these internet mystery or horror films, and almost all of them have been pretty shit. Let's not say it lightly. They've been shit, especially Unfriended. I don't know if you heard of that, but yeah, that was dog shit. But and yeah, this was Searching here was the first good successful attempt at it, and they did a really good job. And again, I said it in DMs, I posted you it, but this was inspired by the director, by this short film on YouTube that somebody made called Internet Story. And if you ever had the free time, I would check it out because it's amazing. But yeah, it kind of inspired it. The director even left a comment below saying it. So yeah, they did a really really good job. The acting, but especially the lead, was fantastic, and the editing and just the understanding the internet and everything, because almost all these films pretty much I try internet things are out of touch and don't understand how it works. This is completely different. It completely understands it, and also how humans are and how they do things, especially in Missing as well. Both of them actually understand fully how people are on the internet and interact and everything. So,
And more than that,
fantastic job
they understand people mentality on how to cope, and they understand how they would react. I'm sure they ask around to other people they know, what would you do if this happened to you, or what would you do if this happened to your daughter, or what would you do if this happened to your mother, I'm sure it's been asked around and they didn't pull anything out of their butts.
there. Yeah. Now again, I have gripes with it. I don't think this is an amazing film, either of them. I do have gripes. One of the big ones is I think the music is pretty shit. I think it's really cheesy and stereotypical. I think they could have done a better job with the music, especially in like the sad moments or like the ending of both of them. So I definitely think the music could have been done better. And and then in Searching, right, the cop character, that's spoiler for anybody watching if you haven't seen it yet, go see it. But who then later turns out to be faking it. Garbage actress. She was terrible. That one cop character, fucking horrible.
And you know what's funny? I knew her from a show that used to go on cable TV.
Really?
She starred in. I can't remember the name in English because my
is it like
cable
a
TV
Quebec
was in
show?
French. No, it's not. It's
I mean, I'm happy for her. Again, there's been a lot of like actresses that actually went kind of underground on like cable TV or that were on like very low budget like Spanish TV that then got lucky. I know Ana de Armas was one of them, so I'm happy for her that she got the role and everything. But yeah, she was garbage. I'm sorry, she dragged down so many scenes.
It's I think the name in French it was Les Mystères de Laura, but if I translate it like bluntly, like a lot of stupid title do, that would be like Laura's Mysteries. It was a cop show, and she was a cop that divorced her boyfriend, and there was a lot of family drama in it, and it was just another like series like CSI and stuff, but this time around she's the main character, and there was not a huge supporting cast. And what was funny about it is like she was a bumbly idiot, but that was only play to pretend. Like she was a really smart person, but she had layers. Like she acted stupid so people underestimate her, and she was very different from that movie. And what was funny about that TV show was how her ex-husband is actually her boss. So we have that kind of weird dynamic between characters. So
fair enough for that.
to go back to Searching, I can see what you mean. She's not like Pulitzer actress, but I didn't think she was that bad. She wasn't great, but she wasn't that bad.
I mean, I thought she was, but I mean, and again, there's some actors like that in there. But yeah, besides that, though, the rest of the cast is really good. And now there's and then there's mainly also one big thing. The biggest reveal that kind of unraveled it all, which was her that one account, kind of like catfishing or like pretending to be that one girl. It's now I can give it a little bit of leeway because again, it's not a younger person, it's the father, so he might not know, everything about that as fully as maybe other people. But I do think like should have figured that out earlier. And also like I even kind of like put the pieces together that it was probably like a catfish thing. So that but every other reveal did not really see coming. It was really well done, but that one I think definitely could have been handled better, I think. And then that's about it for like the biggest ones. But yeah, and again, there's some like weaknesses here and there, that I have, and I don't want to bore you. And some like cheesy things that I think could have been handled better. But overall, it was very good, a very good film. And again, I think that some of that stuff, some of these gripes that I have with it, I have also in Missing, and I won't bother repeating it, but just so you know my rating, like pretty much the gripes in this, I also kind of have in Missing too, both of them. But there are also something else in Missing, that I have a gripe with, a small one that I don't in Searching, which I'll get to later. But yeah, again, great acting though, great editing. They did a fantastic job with the editing and understanding the internet, sound design, direction, sure, the lighting, really well done. So yeah, I feel like they could have utilized the lighting a bit more in areas, and I think they did a better job with that in Missing. But yeah, overall, very good film, and I prefer it more than there are a few flaws in Searchin that are worse than any of the flaws in Missin, but I still think Searchin's the better film. But yeah, really enjoyed it. You can go now because you have a lot to say.
My, okay. I like how creative they are by showing their lives instead of telling everything. That's like a really strong start. Like you get to see lots of very important moments, and it doesn't drag on at all. The mother relapse, the mother's sad death hit me hard despite barely knowing her. Mainly because I know how it feels, and I'm kind of worried about my grandma because she's old and like she did more than both of my parents. I consider my grandmother like being my mother, and she's not really sick for now, but she's old, and I feel like if I lose her like that, I would be destroyed, man, because she was like a mother for me. Literally, like she raised me
I
from.
think I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't want to interrupt you, but just to quickly add, and you can keep going. I would try to say, think of it like, again, all of us go eventually, and especially older people. So
Yeah,
I would more so try to like accept it in advance and also understand that even when somebody's like gone physically, they're not like actually gone. You like all the memories and just everything are still there with you, so they're not really gone. And to also be just well, secondly, just try to spend as much time with them right now.
yeah.
I'd say that.
And I see what you mean, and I lost people in the past, and I really got affected, but life goes on, and we move on as people, and it's just that I know this will happen, and I know it, and that's why when I've seen that scene where the mother died, I was like, man, that's sad. That's part of life. You said it, but that was sad, and that hit me hard, and that was good. That was well handled. I think only good writing would make me uh, like care for that, even if we barely had dialogue. Um, Now after that, I really liked the fact that the father realized his daughter lied to him many times. It was amazing, and it was logic. The investigation to find Margot's friend was cool. The investigation stuff was amazing. The reveal that the daughter didn't have any friend felt real. Like the online place, she got a bunch of people, but in person, they go around, they ask around, nobody is really that close. And it's very sad, but that reflects very well society in general. Derek Gillis reveal, the father losing his shit, the laundry money scheme, Margot running away, the father being in denial was a natural response. It was well written because a lot of father would refuse that their daughter would be a criminal or a runaway. That just felt right. Margot Number's video is a very interesting plot device to drive the story further. The FaceTime meeting where the father realized he didn't know his daughter was very sad. And I emphasize that because I feel the exact same with my father. I barely know my father, even if he never really left physically my life. Like if he cared about me, we would uh, see each other more often because he's not that far away. He's like in Laval, which is like on the other side of the river. He's not that far,
Oh yeah,
so
right. Yeah, I know what that is. Yeah, that's not too far.
he's not too far. So it's really like the connection. He wasn't that close to his daughter, and I feel the same with my father. So there's a lot of things that's relatable, even if I didn't really live the life they lived. I can still relate a lot to what they were living. Um, when they were trying to close the case because they thought she ran away, that felt right. And I was like, how will they spin that around to justify the length? And they did. The father being sad was very emotional. The backlash on the father felt real. How everyone lies about how close they were from Margot is accurate, sad, and hilarious at the same time. All of these. Like, this movie was a roller coaster of emotion for me. I really felt a lot of stuff. And I will say this, even if I thought Missing was slightly better as a movie, I didn't feel the same. The true roller coaster was this movie, for me at least. Now, the father placing cameras because he was thinking his brother would do weird and wrong stuff to his daughter felt real. The brother talk was amazing because it brought some understanding of that relationship with the uncle, and it also opened the eyes of the father that he should change. Um, the father being destroyed was really sad and accurate. Like, I can place myself in the father's shoes at some extent. I don't have kids yet, but I see my half brother like a son for me because I care a lot for him. And maybe that's going too far, but I would give my life for him because I I care a lot about my half brother, and the same goes for both of my half sister. Even if one of the two I'm not that close anymore because of my father, I have that kind of care for someone else, you know. So when I see a father being destroyed like that, I really feel sorry for the guy, you know, and it's just very uh, well written. The FaceTime was very sad. Father realizing he's not that great of a father. It was sad, man. It was damn sad. But it was true. Like, he tried his best, but his ways were very flawed. The father connecting the dots. The misdirect with the ex-convict was amazing. The uncle misdirect as well. So the entire like interaction with the brother, they were really good. The final plot twist was amazing. The testimony was really sad and it felt real. The confession being faked, the detective confession felt real. Emotional retrieval, and I thought there was an amazing ending. Now, do you have anything else to add?
Not for me. What about you?
I will do the guessing game for you. What do you think is the grade I gave to this movie?
Well, you said you only had one big issue, so a 9.7.
That's dang close, but you know what's funny? Arrival, I had also one issue, and Prisoner also had one issue. So
Oh,
that's a bit
right. Yeah.
unfair. So that's a bit unfair, I will admit, but I gave this 9.9 out of 10. It's not a 10 because
Oh,
it had one issue, and I'd say I like this more than any 9.7 we watched, and I liked it more than Prisoner or Arrival. That's like my third favorite movie
damn.
we covered.
Wow.
I really felt, man, I liked it a lot. I think I will rewatch it anytime, and the runtime is amazing.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a proof that you don't need a 2 hour movie to have a roller coaster of
Yeah,
emotions.
well, I mean, that's what I will say, though. I think, like, I don't know if you'll agree with all of them, but I think, like, all the films this week, besides Air, I think,
Air,
which,
bro. I wanted to
yeah,
die.
yeah, that's, it was a biopic, and it's not something that I was to enjoy too much of, but it's one of the more praised ones this year, so I guess we would watch it. So that's the only reason why I added. Again, any films that are like
good praise this year we'll watch to try to get a good understanding of the whole year and that are popular. But yeah, but anyway, besides that one, no, I think like Inside, Asteroid City, Searching, and Missing, all of them are like films that were like an hour and 50 minutes long, but that felt longer because they did so much in that short period of time, all of them in a way where they felt longer than they were because they did so much every just like minute they did so many things where it almost felt like 10 minutes passed. And I mean that in a good way, not a bad way.
What would be your grade out of 10 for Searching?
I'll give it a 7 out of 10. And for me, that's great. So nobody complain. But yeah, do have some gripes with it. Same with Missing. I do like this one more.
Okay. Let's talk Air now. I don't have much to say there. It's a freaking 2-hour movie about making shoes.
Yeah, well, the Air Jordans, yeah, and a lot of people, and this has like a 99% on Rotten Tomatoes. Everybody enjoyed it because it's a crowd pleaser. Because it's about something popular like the Air Jordans, and because it's a fucking crowd pleaser that was released digitally. That's why. And look, what I will say is, look, it's definitely not a bad film. Look, it's for the most part a solidly made film, and look, Ben Affleck after Argo has been on a downward spiral with his performances and films that he's directed. With this one, this is a step in the right direction. Again, I do think it's overall a solid film, and his performance in it was solid, and he had some good comedy to it, and some good enjoyable moments, and yeah, overall, I think it's a very solid film. And about something that I don't care too much about the Air Jordans, but whatever. All right, it's nothing more than that though. It's just a solid crowd pleaser film with just solid writing that tries to be like pretentiously like impactful. Like everybody loves an American story, right, gosh? It's just like shut up. It's the best story because it's an American story. Fuck off. Anyway, fuck off with your pretentious writing, motherfucker. Anyway, it's solid, but yeah, nothing more than that. And it's just whatever. It's a film that I don't even care much to go into. But we gave it a chance and we watched it because, it's one of the more well-received ones this year somehow. I just, look, it's fine. I just hope it doesn't get any Oscar noms. It might get a screenplay nominee, but I think
it doesn't deserve this shit.
No, it doesn't deserve any. Like, again, I'm not saying it's a bad film, but fucking hell, I'm saying it might get a screenplay thing, but that would be it. It would only get an adapted thing if it gets anything. But yeah, I guess the supporting cast was, all right as well. Yeah, again, I just don't understand why people praise it so much. It's not nothing that special. It's just solid whatever film.
Matt Damon, Ben Affleck.
Yeah, God, Matt Damon. I like you, Matt Damon, but fucking hell, you. Again, the problem with Matt Damon is he was mainly just good for like comedy, romance type films, like with some drama in them, like Stillwater, which came out like 2 years ago, which was pretty great, and Good Will Hunting, but they don't really make those films anymore because of the box office and DVD issues, which he talked about before. So he's had to try to transcend his career a bit into different paths, and sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. Recently, it's been working better now, and he's getting back on track with stuff like Stillwater and this, I guess, and also Oppenheimer, but yeah, he isn't the best though anymore. I mean, he never was, but I mean, as like since he not in his comfort zone anymore, he's kind of just like solid, nothing special. Again, just like Ben Affleck, who's just at best in any film solid, but is pretty shite in a lot of films. So yeah, this is again just like really just a film where like every aspect of it is solid, but nothing more. and those films are boring to talk about.
Bro,
There's like not even really anything bad to talk about. That's what makes it so boring.
that movie almost broke me. Like,
Yeah,
here's,
I didn't want to review it, but whatever, we had to.
here's the backstory to why it almost broke me. So, last, like, 2 weeks ago, I think 3 weeks ago, I can't remember. I decided I'd play again Splinter Cell, you know? So, like, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday are like the 3 days where I can really game just a little bit, because
Yeah.
if I game too much, I won't have time for our podcast, and I value our podcast more than gaming. Anyway, um, so, like, I was gaming, and last week I was watching Air. Half an hour, I needed a damn break. I wanted to bash my head on the screen. Um, so one of my Xbox friends invited me. So I was like, oh, let's play Xbox with him. So I played an hour. I got bored. So I was like, I tried to escape being bored from Air by playing, and I got bored. So I got back to Air. Really wanted to get through the movie. And it feels like I could not fucking watch more than half an hour at a time.
Yeah, listen, if you ever get
So-
into those situations, it's okay to fast forward a bit.
So I almost gave up on that movie, and I was like, I will just give the reason that I didn't had time.
Yeah,
I
listen,
was about to do this shit.
understandable. That's understandable. But yeah, I mean, listen,
I will admit,
yeah.
it's a well done movie, and the actors are doing amazing, right?
For the most part, I mean, I don't think it's anything too amazing or anything, but
I think everyone does their job right. Except whoever thought that was a good idea to spend 2 hours on shoes making.
yeah, I don't know. I don't maybe let's see.
An hour and 20 minutes is enough to tell this shit. You don't need 2 hours.
Listen, you can tell 2 hours on shoe making and have it be an entertaining film. You know, maybe if it was like a film about, you know, like those abused kids in factories making shoes, and it would be more entertaining.
The only few things I will say, oh, I admit this is good. The first thing would be the talk about color percent on shoes, and the fine link to it. Like, but why? But at least it's interesting fact. Like, I don't care, but it's interesting that they searched this shit. Now, what else? The speech to sell the shoes to the Jordan was cool. I thought that was the highlight of the movie. But that's it. Like, the pacing was godly, horrendous, terrible. Like, the more I think about this movie, the more I want to forget this shit. And the more I want to, like, move on and do something else, you know, and move to the next movie we got to talk about. And it's funny because early in the movie, I thought a lot of the puns they were trying to do, like, there are few times where they tried really hard to be funny. It miserably failed. It's a damn drama that cannot write fucking comedy, but they tried. It's like, bro, why? Why? This movie is bad. The more I think about it, the more the worse it becomes. That's how I see
I don't
it.
know. It's whatever. It's just a whatever movie. I mean, could you at least like maybe just so this section doesn't seem completely pointless since we watched it? How about you just
The grade.
how about you just describe scenes that happen in it and what you think about them?
Nah. I think I've said enough. The speech was fine. The person color was fine, and that's it. I don't care. Like, characters are likable, I guess. And I said it, like, the actors are fine. The camera work is
Yeah,
fine.
whatever. It's just a solid film, and it's nothing special. And I don't understand why people think this is like some amazing film this year. You guys need help. Anyway, I'll give this like a 6 out of 10. What about you?
7, because I think it's well done. I truly hated this shit. If that was only my opinion and not like movie making and critique, I would give this shit a 1 or a 2. It deserves a 7 because it's a well done movie, and I won't let too much of my anger toward it sink it.
Damn. So you enjoyed the Christmas special more than this, is what you're saying?
Yes, bro. Yes, I did. I did.
I mean, you need every film. Listen, not even just rating based.
I want you to gather a list for me, and I'm serious about this, in DMs later when you have time. Gather a list of every film we've ever reviewed, go through the playlist and, look it out. Also check more than just like the thumbnails or the titles, because there's more than that we've done. Just every single one. And I want you to write down every film that you enjoyed less than the Christmas special. All right, and then send it to me, and I'm going to make a list out of that on Letterboxd.
Maybe there's around maybe 10. Just on top of my head, Wakanda Forever, Troll. What else? A Toxic Avenger. This shit we just covered.
Yeah,
that's all.
Banshees, Citizen Kane, Mate.
Citizen was there. Citizen I gave 7.
Yeah, but did you enjoy the Christmas special more?
I'd say they are equals. They're on the same realm.
Okay, good enough. I'll add that to the list, so it'd be funny.
What else? Oh yeah, the bears that are eating speed. If you know what I mean.
Fuck.
This movie, I want to forget it ever existed. If it was any freaking Pulitzer, I will bash my head on my bed. What else? Oh yeah, some of the alien shenanigans. Probably Requiem. Requiem was kind of bad. And the one where we got a clone of freaking Ridley. Yeah.
Right. That was the 4th Alien.
Yeah.
Yeah, then Alien versus Predator Requiem.
Yeah. There's a bunch of movies that are worst.
Yeah, I mean, there's more we could probably think of, but I don't know. It wasn't. God, what was that one again? It was. Yeah, I don't know, but anyway, let's continue. I guess.
Next topic. Except if you gave. Oh yeah, you gave your grade, so we can move on to the next topic.
And, so is that Asteroid City next?
I think. Let me grab my notes.
I'm just guessing because that's what you said in DM. You said after air it will be that.
Yeah, Asteroid City. Yeah. Oh my. Okay. This I have a really weird feeling about it. It's not the worst thing I've seen. I was glad to see this after watching Air. I was like, oh, thank God this movie is better than Air.
Yeah. I mean, are you used to, have you seen any Wes Anderson films before this?
Nope. Or if I did, I can't remember.
Yeah, okay, so that's the thing. By Wes Anderson, and he has a very specific style with his films, and either you like them or you don't like them, basically. And I enjoy them, and a lot of people do, and it's one of the more praised films this year and popular ones, which is why we watched it. But yeah, sometimes people don't. But yeah, I mean, I don't think this was his best film, definitely. But I did enjoy it still, but definitely not one of his best films.
I hope
Again,
so.
with the films that he's made Bottle Rocket, Rushmore, The Life Aquatic, the Darjeeling Limited, Isle of Dogs, the Royal Tenenbaums, Moonrise Kingdom, The French Dispatch, Fantastic Mr. Fox, and The Grand Budapest Hotel. Have you seen any of those?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if not, then I guess we'll have in the future when we get the time to watch all of them. Well, that will be some fun. I
I hope
guess
it will be better than this. Oh, I just realized.
yeah. This is his stuff, but yeah, I mean, I would say they are for the most part. Like I would say this is one of his lesser ones. I would say I would say it's better than this one, and this one, but weaker than the others. But I still think it was great. And also these two are like his best.
Maybe I've seen Rushmore. Maybe pull
I
it
hope
down.
It's pretty awesome.
I've seen parts of it when it was on TV. I haven't seen it the fullest.
I see, but yeah, I mean, with his film, so that's the other thing we talked about before, like with Oppenheimer, the stack cast, and how the only other person with his films is usually Wes Anderson. His films are full with just like so many names. Like just this film, for example, the film we just watched, like so many names here. Yeah, just so many damn names here across the board. Even at the very bottom, even have like Willem Dafoe that was in here for like 5 minutes. Like, yeah, a lot of like names of like A listers and B listers, but yeah, and also he uses a lot of the same actors for his films. That's the other thing. Like you can see just the lead, for example. He likes using a lot of the same actors. So that's the other thing with Wes Anderson. And then, of course, he has a similar style. And that's the other thing I wanted to bring up. There's idiots these days who are like trying to call him like a one-trick pony just because of his films. Just because his films have like a similar style with how he shoots them, with like the still shots and the production design and everything like you saw in this film. Listen, that is not the case. Like, every fucking director has a similar style. Even directors that you don't think, even directors that like branch out in different genres and do it different enough, they still have a similar style. They still have a lot of similar attributes to their films. Even people like Stanley Kubrick. All right, so you're not a fucking one trick if you just have a similar style. That's just every director. Every director has a similar style. All right, everybody from like Quentin Tarantino to Martin Scorsese. All right, so it doesn't make him a fucking one trick pony, especially when he's done so many different genres and art forms and done animation this late into his career and he's done this many genres, and especially like it's a stupid thing to say, but yeah. Nonetheless, now let's talk about the film, I guess. So yeah, this is not his strongest. Now, if you haven't seen any of his others, then yeah, I'll be excited to check those out and see if you enjoy them more, especially the Grand Budapest Hotel. But I still enjoyed it though, and I enjoy like the actors and everything, and the wacky cast, and I enjoy the characters in this, and I enjoy the comedy and satireness of it all, and I enjoy the production design and the styles and the shots. The direction, I think it's all really well done, and the comedic actors in this. I enjoy like the stories and like the seriousness, but also non-seriousness of these things, and a play on like the world that he always does in his films. And yeah, I think it did a really good job in this, and I like the writing too. And also, yeah, again, ever since he's done those two animated films, he's been implementing animation at parts in his film. In this one he did, and also the French Dispatch he did. So yeah, I like that. It added a nice like style to it, on like an uncanny feel to it. And yeah, that's also another thing he likes to do sometimes. He likes to sort of like
with this, is sort of like a play, but pretending to be like real and all that. And yeah, he does that sometimes in his films, and or where it's like people writing a story in like different acts. And in this, I think it wasn't as well done, but it was still good for the most part. But yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it. But yeah, it wasn't his strongest. There were definitely some gripes I had with it. I don't think the editing was as strong in this. I don't think the music could have been better, I think. And I think there were things that got a little bit repetitive at moments, but I know what he was going for with them, and it worked more in other films. I just don't think it worked as well in this film. And I wasn't the biggest fan of Tom Hanks in this one. In this film, I mean, I don't think he's a great actor, but yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of him in this. I think usually he works with Bill Murray in these films, and usually he's the one to play characters like that, like as Tom Hanks did in this film. But I guess Bill Murray has been having a lot of like on-set issues with people, so I think that's why he casted Tom Cruise instead. But yeah, anyway, overall great film. Not his strongest though, for sure. I think this is probably like his fourth weakest film uh out of like 11 or 12 features he's made. Yeah, this is probably like the fourth weakest, which isn't a bad thing though, because yeah, I would say all of his films are pretty great though, besides like two maybe. So yeah. Anyway, so what did you have to say about this?
So even if I thought that was better than Air, I had the same kind of struggle. So I'm looking at my notes. I took 3 breaks. I could not get to watch it on one viewing. I don't have much to say again. Um, a lot of my issues just repeat themselves again and again. Not all of the humor land. Not all of the humor land. Um, the musical part was horrendous. The inappropriate joke about people that end their own lives. There was a joke about self deletion, if you know what I mean. Because I don't
Yeah, I mean,
want this
I
video.
think that was sort of like it was sort of like a play on how they pretend to give a shit but don't actually. I think that was kind of like the joke, but then also the music scene was also just like I think it was intentionally just to annoy the audience and also the one character.
Yeah, but yeah, that inappropriate joke about people finishing their days. I really didn't like it. Like, there's some lines I consider to not cross. Like, I'm all in for humor, but this is a serious topic because it can directly affect people's lives, and yeah, I just don't think it lands very well. I feel
I
like
mean,
it comes from.
I can understand that if you don't think it lands well, but I mean, I don't think it was like distasteful though. Like I think the way it was done, it was more so like it was like poking fun at how like sometimes like how on the nose people are with trying to give advice, and also poking fun at people who pretend to care but don't actually inside, and then also how it pokes fun at how people do that stuff and kind of like make humor out of it to try to like hide it themselves, and but then later like at the end of the film the character comes to terms, along with many other things. It kind of like is a metaphor to this film and the story.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That was a rough movie. I thought even if a lot of the humor didn't land, I thought I had more laugh than disappointment. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, I
Uh,
figure this wouldn't be really your type of film, which also which makes me wonder now if I
should watch like many of his other films or not. But I mean, I figured this wouldn't be like if you wouldn't really be that into his films. But yeah, I mean, I'm wondering though if you would be down to at least give his others a chance, like in the future or not.
Yeah, for sure. Like I'm very open-minded, and even if I don't expect much from them, I could end up being very surprised. I'm fair to everything I watch. So even if I'm not the biggest fan of something, I will still see the value in it. So even if that one wasn't perfect by any means, I think it would be fair to cover the others because the guy is competent. That's all I can say. Like it's not perfect, but he's competent. He knows what he's doing, and I'd rather watch this over freaking air.
Yeah, and this was made for a lot less than some of these other films. This was made for like 20 million.
Yeah. I thought the narrator adds something unique. Usually, I'm not a big fan of narrator like that, but in this movie here, I thought it added some layer to it. Like it's like there's someone that is watching. It's like it's to help the viewer to really get a good grasp of what's going on in the movie, and that's really good. I don't want to be spoon fed everything, but here it didn't feel like I was spoon fed everything. Um, so that's why I like the narrator. And I said it. Sometimes narrator like that, they feel off. They bother me. They annoy me. But here, no, it was a good narrator. It was like someone is trying to help the audience following what's going on. Military
Yeah.
people speech. The speech about wounded people was amazing. These two speeches were really back to back. I was invested at that point in the movie. So that's why when they treat people with dark thoughts the way they did, I'm disappointed because they showed me they can tell truth that are funny and sad at the same time the right way. And then we got that thing that didn't land for me, that was inappropriate, that felt like it was written by someone else than the people that talked about wounded people. So do you know where I'm getting at here? Like you can address
Sort of, but I mean, I can understand like where you're coming from if they in a certain way, but again, I think like I don't know. For me, I'm let even as somebody with like depression and such, like I'm used. I like a lot of that type of humor, and as long as it's done well, it's not done horribly. And I mean, I think again, I think with like the messages that it was really kind of going for underneath, like what it was kind of poking fun at, like makes it okay, sort of. And I think it was just, I don't know. To me, I thought it was well done, but I don't know. I guess to everybody else, maybe not, or to like everybody, I guess. I just wanted to show this quickly. Yeah, so apparently he. I just mentioned Bill Murray. I looked it up. Yeah, okay. Apparently he was originally supposed to be in the film.
wow,
He was
really?
originally the manager character, but because of his on-set issues during that time, with during a lot of films again, and also him getting COVID, he was replaced with Steve Carell for that role. So there's a note there, I guess. But yeah.
So I don't have much more to say there. As I said, I was entertained by it. If that was just my personal enjoyment, I think I would give this movie a 4 or a 5. But it's more than just personal enjoyment. So now with that hint at what I may feel about this movie, what do you think would be my score for this movie?
I'm gonna say you probably think it's like a 7 again.
That's damn close. 7.5.
Or like God. Again, I was gonna say a 7.5, but again, I don't know. You're weird. It's like every time I think you're gonna say a 7.5 or something like that,
it's the other way around, and then on the next one I guess the other thing, and then it's that every time. God,
You're
I
still
should have just said
accurate. You're still accurate because uh, point 0.5 away from the right one is knowing me well.
yeah, again, just no, I would have said 7.5. I just thought you were gonna trick me again like the other one. Fucking hell. Anyway, yeah, like the end, no, not the end or the Obi-Wan rating, I guess. But anyway, I'll give this like a, give it like a 7.5.
Oh, so we got the exact same, but
Yeah,
you
but
got more
again,
enjoyment
mine
out of
is
it.
higher though. But yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah.
next one is what I believe your favorite, right? Because of Willem Dafoe.
No, but it's a film that was very polarizing with people. You know, it has like a 5.5 on IMDb, even though I don't take IMDb seriously.
I
And it
was
has like,
surprised by it.
yeah, I don't understand why this film was so polarizing after watching it. I don't. I thought it was really well done.
Me
Like,
too.
there's been many films that are like sort of like that play on that do this type of film where it's like a character stranded somewhere and trying to survive or get out, and also characters like going crazy and all that stuff.
Yeah.
This one is a unique premise, though, with many unique ideas and messages, and it does unique things and does it well. And also, you know, unlike those films, it kind of like cuts corners and like is unrealistic with showing things that characters do, or they don't like show, you know, them accurately. With this, it shows like everything completely accurately, like down to even just like the character, you know, being accurate of like how a character would properly get fresh water. It's like a typical film when this thing comes on, they would just quickly show like a 5 second shot of him filling up the bottle. Nope, in this one, it's like him like quick, you know, taking time, like showing like a minute scene of him like getting dirt out of it and such, and then also, you know, a scene of like, you know, just many other points in the film. It's like they're very realistic with it, and they spend a lot of time with it, and it's a lot of things that a lot of filmmakers wouldn't think about inserting in their films. They would forget about or wouldn't put the time and care to put in their films. But this one
Agreed.
does, and it does a good job with it, and they do a good job with just showing many scenes that are like they show many scenes that are similar, but it doesn't feel repetitive. It feels like each one still has sort of a purpose, and it shows like just how painstakingly like slow and like this entire process is and everything to this point, and how, you know, like you think it's gonna like just like how many scenes there are with this, and just like it does a fantastic like realistic job of like how it's not as easy as you think, you know, like you think it's a lot easier to like escape, you know, but it isn't. And they show like how difficult it is just to like even get past something as like easy as that, like a wall to an extent. It's like, and you know, it shows like how many scenes, and it properly like shows like the depravity and like it like you feel the pain, like how they shoot it and everything, and they do it fantastically. And it again, it doesn't feel repetitive at all, and it just, and especially that ending is just like wow. And all the scenes where it's like he's going crazy. I mean, yeah, this is Willem Dafoe at his best with his acting. You know, hitting like this in the lighthouse. I mean, it isn't. You know, there are other films that do like characters going insane a bit better, but this still does a great job with it. And then, you know, it's filmed well, the lighting's done well. I mean, the production design's done well. I mean, it's shot well. The music could be better, but still, and you know, the audio design could be done better, but still, like, you know, and there's like good messages and like lines and quotes in this. Like again, I really don't understand why this film's so polarized, and I don't get it. Like I guess they needed more action or something. I don't know, but I think they did a great job, and especially with like the small surroundings and stuff and the premise. Um, And I don't think it's like now. I don't think it's like an amazing film or anything. I do have some gripes with it, but some weaknesses or things that just weren't done as well. But overall, for what it is, I think it's very good. And yeah, I don't understand the hate for it from a lot of people, but whatever. What did you think though?
I liked it, and that's funny because um, I started watching the movie kind of late, um, so I wasn't able to watch it in one go. So I needed a break, and the moment I woke up right after making dinner, I right away started watching the other half because I was really invested and excited to see what would happen next. And it's usually not like that. When I take a break, it's because I'm tired, I'm bored by the movie, and I need like to refresh my mind on something else. But here I really took a break because it was late when I started the movie and I was dead tired, and I was like, if I keep watching I won't value the movie enough for what it is. And I wanted a fresh mind. So when I came back, I was as invested as when I first started watching. And I think Willem Dafoe is one of the few actors out there that has enough range to carry an entire movie on his own with no interaction with other characters. Let's be
Yeah, and he
honest, for
does
most
this in many films, and it's great. That's why he's one of my favorites.
like most of the time in this movie he barely talks. Like there's one flashback sequence where he talks to like two three people, and outside of that he talks to the guy over the radio, but that's it.
Yeah,
Like 90% of the movie is just him, like 95% it's just him
yeah, fucking dogs.
like speaking to himself and the viewer without really making it dumb, like breaking fourth wall like
Yeah.
She-Hulk. But
Oh yeah, and a lot of actors wouldn't do as like they would do nowhere near as like good of a job when it comes to like depicting some of the things and like how depraved the character is. Like even like scenes like for example like the freezer scene of him just like trying to get like any form of like fucking liquid. It's like God, like so many actors would not be able to like pull off like making that something like that look so like fucking
believable.
like insane and believable. Yeah, it's like this is just such a believable like performance by him. It's fucking insane.
So even if I was very interested and invested, I don't have a lot to say, but I liked it. So I got two big issues. Well, big. It's really nitpicks. The first one, and it comes from someone that used to have a alarm system back in the day. Um, I used to have a personal alarm system, and the moment it would get off, if it would get off for like more than like 30 seconds, which is the time usually it should take you to disarm it, uh, the company calls you, and then the company like they ask you a question over the phone to make sure it's you. And if it's not you, the cops are freaking called, bro. So with that personal experience with alarm and stuff, when I see there was an alarm for a few minutes but no cops showed up, it already broke my immersion. I was like, yeah, movie stupid. Um,
Yeah. Well, what I will say is that's one thing I did think about. Like I thought the building or cops would be like aware at all with some things like that, but I think what the film was showing like was either one of two things. One, it was like they're shown throughout the film how different this like how like these rich penthouses are, and he probably had something installed where that wouldn't be the case because he probably like some like rich guy who just doesn't want like to waste his time with that shit, having like the cops come and needing to like sit there for hours being questioned. And so he probably had something special, like because he had special doors and everything. When that was the thing, then that was like what made him trapped and go crazy. And that another
but
message of the film about like this being kind of like a prison and stuff, and despite being like a rich penthouse. And number two, though, it was also kind of showing like what's real, what's not, possibly like in his mind. But
but like if that would be the case, what's the point of the intrusion alarm? Like usually you have a system to protect you and to alert police if it's not you. So
Well,
yeah,
that's what the fire thing's for, though. It extinguishes it basically anyway. So
yeah. The second issue I had was a bit later. If the sink didn't make water, why would the sprinkler in the garden would? All of the water is connected, bro. It's like, okay, the sink doesn't generate water. Why would freaking garden do? And I get it later on. There's rain, and he collects the rain to drink, and I'm fine with that. But the thing, garden, bro, no. If your sink doesn't have water, there's no way your garden has.
Well, I think with that, it's okay. These fucking dogs outside. God damn it. I'm sorry, but anyway, with that, okay, I think when it comes to like the hoses in those places, I think the water filter thing is different, and like a different automatic thing. So I think it would explain it. But that, or I think, that's the thing. There's many different like systems set up with those like indoor kind of like garden areas, but there's also ones where over time it collects like rain from outside in certain places, and then it uses that as it. But then there's also other ones where it's because of like the how do I say, the I don't know. I lost my train of thought. These fucking dogs outside my place. Sorry, but I think there are, now the film didn't explain it, but I think there are ways to explain it though. But also, not everything was broken. They showed it, like the air conditioner and heater thing. So not everything was broken. And again, the water filter thing with a garden is usually different from the pumps on like a sink and stuff, as we all know, because one of them's probably more cleansy than the other. So that would probably explain it. It's just a different one. And then, they already showed that not everything in the place was broken. It was just the water things and the door things.
So outside of these two issues, I got a bunch of things I liked. First one, the speech about what it would save from the fire, art instead of people. I like this shit. This sounds profound and real at the same time, and rare are the writer able to pull this one off. The sound was perfect. The art stealer taking care of the intrusion panel was cool. The malfunction being like the trigger to every thing that happens in the movie was interesting. Main character being depicted as resourceful was enjoyable. Main character stressing up over the helicopter flying near by the music. Uh, yeah, the music, well done. The main character, protective glasses, is very smart. The main character losing his mind, and this is why I was like very invested, because there was a lot going on. Like when I was seeing the length of the movie, I was like, I hope Willem Dafoe really pulled that one off, because that's damn long, and he did. He freaking did. Nice job, buddy. The main character losing his mind over a pigeon was sad and real. The main character giving everything he had to get Jasmine attention. The main character creating a fire alarm was cool. And just like what you said, like this building, this tower is a prison. And he just wants to escape. He's trapped inside and he just wants to escape. That was good. I want more movie like that. That felt so good. After watching Asteroid and Air, I was glad we had that gem. I was like, bro, suffering through two movies in a row was worth it.
And it's a movie about suffering, and you enjoyed it more. It was less suffering.
As I said, I don't have much more to say. I just like the movie a lot.
Yeah.
What would be your grade out of 10?
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is a 7 out of 10, but a very high 7 out of 10. And again, for a film like this and with its scale and scope,
It's did like the best it could, really, for the most part, at least. And yeah, especially for a directorial debut. And Willem Dafoe was amazing in this. And yeah, it isn't like it is an amazing film in itself to me, but it's definitely a very good one, and it has amazing aspects to it. Yeah, definitely more people should give it a chance. And again, I do not understand why there are so many people who hate it. I don't understand what you wanted out of this. I'm confused.
Maybe
I
you
guess they wanted
wanted,
a happy ending.
maybe they wanted more action.
Yeah, apparently they wanted a happy ending. They were like, "Wow, it's just a film about somebody's. There's no happy ending. Holy fuck! Where's the progression? Fuck! Like, shut up."
So I give this movie a 9.5 out of 10, near perfection.
Wow.
And among the 9.5, I think that one is top tier. That's probably the new staple for 9.5. And if I really want to nitpick, I would say the main character doesn't really have a huge character arc, but I don't care. It's just really good. So 9.5. Moving on next with the last topic, missing. I will let you start as I try to find my notes.
Right, missing. Yeah. So again, this was directed by different people. The original director of this and the writers stuck around, but they just helped write it. They didn't and they were the main writers of it, and then also the producers, but they didn't direct it. The other people who wrote it and then directed it were two other different people, which was also their first films, but still same sort of like people, same sort of film, basically. And yeah, this was very good, I would say. Now, I do not think it's as good as Search, and I still like it a bit more. But for the most part, I think it sort of like has like the same sort of positives and negatives as Searching for me. I do think it improves on some things that Searching did, though, and I do think it did a bit some things worse as well. Um, the main thing that I will say though is I think the acting is a lot weaker. Well, there isn't one that I think is garbage in this one. I don't think there's one that stands out, and that's because they had a very solidified actor lead in the first in Searching and Missing. Now, I mean the lead in this film, I mean, is an actress who's been in some stuff that is on the rise, but still a bit newer and isn't quite proven yet. So wasn't the best, and neither was the rest of the cast. They could have been better, I think, but they were still good, but just no like standouts really. And there were some moments where the scenes definitely could have been done a bit better if it was like a more solidified cast, I would say. Yeah, and for the most part, the music was about the same. It was also kind of cheesy and bad to me. And then also another thing that kind of does worse, I think the editing is a lot weaker in this. Now, I don't have a problem with the style of editing and everything that it did is different, and that it makes sense to me because we're working with like a different story thing and also different character and a different like generation. No, more so just the basic editing I thought was weaker in this one, and it was less engaging in my opinion, but it was still done really well and it was still done engaging enough. I just think it was done better in Searching though, but I didn't rewatch Searching though, so maybe I just have like maybe it's just been a while. Maybe if I rewatch it, then Missing would actually do it better to me. I don't know. I'm just going off of what I remember though, but yeah, outside of that though, I'd say they're about the same films. And yeah, both good stories, both engaging characters, and both really handled the internet and everything really well. And yeah, especially some of like the supporting characters in this, like like the guy from Colombia. I really love that whole arc and everything. But yeah, I think it was really well done and how they handled it, and they fixed some of the mistakes they made with like
log it onto different like apps and everything, and that was like really cool to like see, like it like every time, unlocked like logged into a new account and made more progress. It was really engaged in there. So yeah, I really enjoyed that. But yeah, I just about it, I guess. I don't have really too much else to say. I guess maybe the ending and stuff could have been done a bit better, but and also sped it a bit. But yeah, I guess the editing, sorry, not the editing, the ending could have been done better. But yeah, I mean, still overall pretty good, I guess. Now, what did you think?
Another masterpiece. And you know what's hilarious? Coming into
What?
it, I read the description and I'm like, oh, they will try to emulate searching. It will be a copy pasted version of searching. They will just change the actors and who's missing. I was damn wrong. This movie did a lot of similar things, but it was very different because that was a new approach. That was the reverse. Like, the daughter didn't realize the value of her mother. And it also has a message about childhood. The memories you forge are the ones your parent let you forge. Like, for most of her life, um, she thought her father died because the mother told her so. And the plot twists are really good. They add more and they let the story take new turns. It's just a great movie. And I had no issue whatsoever. Because this time around, they don't suddenly like let the character have a password she shouldn't have. She does research, she knows people, she tries stuff, she has help from others. This is how she is able to crack some of these passwords. And I was glad they were working around it because my biggest issue with the first one was the fact that, oh yeah, the father just has access to the laptop. Excuse me?
I guess maybe in the first one, she was because I don't think she had like, sorry, not she. I don't think he had full access to like every social media account in the film that he was like going through or anything. I think he got on her laptop and stuff, and I think those accounts like Facebook and such were already logged into.
Yeah, but the
So
sole
I
fact that
think
he could enter that laptop without issues was my really big
well,
issue.
I think there's ways to access the laptop though without like a password to know. So he might have known the password easily. Like those laptop passwords are pretty
But
easy
they
to know. And
didn't
with
show
friends,
it. All they showed is like he opens the computer and that's it.
yeah. Again, I'm just saying I don't think it's as much of an issue, but yeah. Again, they still could have like I agree. They still could have like showed something quickly, like him
Trying
like how
something.
to say now maybe like restarting the laptop or then because you can restart a laptop and then like have it where it removes laptop passwords, so they could have done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that or it's like she has it on like a sticky note that he then finds and then uses it, like just something simple like that they could have done quickly.
That movie, just like the other movie, is also very interesting because it's about parenting. And I connected with that very well. Because parents aren't perfect. They're not meant to be. They should try their best for their kids. Otherwise, please don't make kids if you don't want to do your best for someone else. But they are doing the best, but they are not angel, they are not gods, they're not being above others, they are humans. So they do mistakes, and the detective backstory, the guy that investigated the Spanish guy, his backstory was really relatable. I connected with this character much more than any other character, even with the first one. Um, he has an estranged son, and he didn't try that much to connect. Or when he did, the son didn't want anything to do with him. That was endearing, man. We also have a good example of really bad parenting with the father, the true father of the guy that was presumed dead. That's a good example of a bad father, and it's also a good example on how society fails on people. Because in fact, that's really the substance abuse that made that person a bad person. And the mother is a good example of someone trying her best. She is the mother that tried her best, and she seems, in surface at least, to be a decent mother, a good mother that only wants the best for her child. And it's so endearing. I liked it. Um, the characters are likable. Sad moment when the daughter thought about her father because of these manipulated memories. Um, then the past as a villain. The other thing is very interesting is how quick people are to judge others. They don't have the full picture and they're like, "Oh, bad person, there you are." This is one of the many messages this movie has, and it's well handled. Um, the build up of the relationship of the mother and the stepfather was great, and it's a bit sad in the end because that was all manufactured, that wasn't real, but the build up felt real and interesting. I liked it. um Gray's sadness over that social media was making on mother's case. Eder was likable. um Grace having several identities was interesting, especially with the final plot twist where if she changed identity, it's only to protect her daughter. That was great. Um, the way the characters react to dead bodies is believable. Um, another things, another thing, fight choreography. There's that fight with the guy with the gun. It made sense the way she escaped. You lock him up and you run. And she uses glasses to hit him. That's good. That's all you make a fight between a man and a woman. Don't show us a woman that is 90 pounds that can flip someone. She can't. Make her smarter than the opponents. That's it. That's not magic. That's just smart thinking and writing. I really liked that movie. That movie was good from start to finish. I had no issue whatsoever. I was very entertained. As I said, Searching was more of a emotional roller coaster, and I felt more stuff than Missing, but Missing is the what if the first movie had no issue whatsoever, which is good. June's growth into accepting her mother more felt real because after that kind of situation where you thought you lost her, but you didn't lose her, of course you would care and change the way you see the person. It's just human. Like, things change you. You become someone else. That movie is great. The ending was perfect. Um, yeah, I don't have much more to say. Do you have anything else to add? Do
Uh,
you
let's
have
see.
something else to add?
I'm just trying to think. No, that's about it. Oh yeah, I will just say there was one last thing. Yeah, there were, I guess, just another flaw for me. There were moments I think that were in the like dramatic moments that I think were done really unrealistic and cheesy compared to Searching.
Yeah,
Like very cheesy, but and just like unrealistic as fuck, especially how it plays out. But yeah, whatever. Again, that's it though. So my grade would probably be like a 6.5 or around that grade, like a 6.5 or something. Maybe it will improve to like a 7 at a later date. I don't know, but I do think it's weaker than Searching. When I first saw it, I gave it like a 5.5. I just thought it was solid and whatever, like a downgrade for sure. But more I thought about it and rewatching it a bit, no, it's a lot better than I remembered when I first saw it earlier in the year. Yeah, I think it's pretty good now. So yeah, 6.5. But what about you?
10 out of 10. I have no issue
Nice.
whatsoever.
And where would
I
you
would
rank this beyond like the 10 out of 10? So it was like Gone Girl, Triangle, Sadness, and then this.
I Triangle of Sadness remains on top, but there's a caveat to it. I feel like I would rewatch Missing more likely because it's shorter, but I think I liked Triangle of Sadness a bit more.
Yeah, I will say
Um,
though, I think these films is more like a one watch thing, like a one watch experience.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Gone Girl is third, so this one
yeah.
is like second. So
Nice.
it's my
Hey, this might
second.
be your favorite film of the year by the end of the year.
Yeah, yeah. It's my second favorite movie in the entire podcast we did, and we watched over like 200 movies. Well, maybe not 200, but more like 100.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean we'll reach there eventually. Yeah.
yeah. I really liked Missing. It's just well written, like family drama and stuff like that. When it's well handled by human people that think like human and that right human, it's just wonderful. I like it. You just
Mhm.
wrote human having a human storyline about realizing what you may lose if you don't take care of it.
Yeah.
My, I liked it.
Yeah. Damn.
Thank you a
So
lot for
yeah,
recommending that.
yeah, no problem. But yeah, again, added search into it since it's like the same film by the same directors. But yeah, yeah, again, after we got done with our Star Wars projects and everything, and the projects from before, I said to everybody we're gonna then focus on watching more films from this year. And then after watching more films from this year, or maybe like 50-50, we'll then go back to watching like more just classic films. Like I think some films like maybe like 12 Angry Men, for example, some things like that, that are like high up there that you might have not seen yet. I mean, you haven't seen that one, right?
I have seen a 12 Angry Men a few
Oh,
years
you
ago.
have.
I had
Oh,
the
okay.
philosophy course. That was like, I believe, 7 or 8 years. 8 years ago. 8 years
Yeah.
ago, I was at CGIP. I had philosophy, and my philosophy teacher was like, "Guys and girls, we'll do a work on that movie." And I remember finding the movie freaking boring, but that's like 8 years ago when I wasn't
Yeah,
as critical as
I mean,
today.
yeah. Listen, that film's considered one of the best all time, and I
Yeah,
have to agree. I think you should rewatch it for sure. I
yeah,
think it's very like it's sort of like a inside where yeah, it's like a small scope thing. It's like just 12 characters in one room, but then it's fantastic, and it's like at the start of the film you think it's completely hopeless for the one character, but and they do a fantastic job at depicting it. And good lord, like I think it's fantastically written and acted by everyone, especially back then when the film came out. there were rarely like films like that where the characters like were written and spoke like that. In like older films, like in the 50s and stuff. So
Yeah,
yeah, it's I would definitely rewatch it.
I
But
barely remember it, so that would be a good idea to add it to the schedule eventually.
it has a lot of like messages and good messages about like the legal system and also just like how we treat others and everyone.
Was there a
I think
book about it?
maybe I don't know. I know there was also like a made
Because
for TV film.
I think I read a book about it, and I'm not quite sure on that statement. Maybe I'm wrong, but
Yeah, I mean I
if
know there
I'm
was like a
right,
made.
if
Oh
I'm
yeah.
right, and there was indeed a book, I thought the book was better than the movie, which is hilarious.
Oh damn.
But
Let's
I'm
see if
not
there's a
quite
book.
sure. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I mix up things.
No, there was a book. I think it was. Let's see. Did the book come out before? Yeah, I think the book came out before the movie, but yeah, I think the book came out like in. Yeah, I don't even know if this is like the same thing. I think, yeah, it says there was a book with the same name titled that that came out in January 1st, 1954, and then the movie came out in 1957. But then there was also a play that came out in 1964. So I don't know, but whatever.
Anyway, I had a blast, man. Anything else to add?
No, that's about it. So yeah, I guess
Next
the
week,
last of the topics. Yeah.
I cannot wait to cover a bunch of stuff with DC and you. I hope we will get more guests. Good news.
Yeah.
My childhood friend has seen one of the movies for next week, so maybe she will join us for that movie. And I know my other childhood friend um, has seen Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. So I think we may have two new guests next week if they are willing to
Nice.
come. I will call them for sure before to remind them and to ask them if they are interested. Um, so we will most likely have two new guests.
For sure. And I'll say I don't know. Again, the one film on that list, not the Spider Verse films, not the Flash, and not Barbie, but the other one I just had is a film that was well received this year that I saw, but I don't know if it's a film that's out digitally right now, or it might be, I think, but either way, I think it's film that not many people have seen, and I saw it though, and it is good, but it's not a film that's like too popular or that's like overly like good or anything. I mainly just like put it there as a placeholder because when I did the schedule, there weren't really many like 2023 releases yet, so that was sort of like on the top of there. So I'm just saying, don't watch that one yet. I'm gonna go search through like films that have released so far this year that are like out digitally, and I'll see if there's like any better suggestions to substitute it with. But besides that one, though, the other ones yet you can get started watching. I mean, I'm pretty sure you might have already seen like the first Spider Verse at least. Did
Yeah,
you?
I've seen it a few years ago when I was getting drunk with one of my friends at this place. I liked it a few years ago, so I'm excited to rewatch. Um, and please, Cole, if you know women's that would be into Barbie, that have seen Barbie, or that would be interested,
Yeah.
recruit them. I really hope we get at least one woman on.
Yeah.
Uh,
Again, you can contact Mrs. in DMs and see if she'll show up next week. But yeah,
yeah,
we'll see.
that's why we will discuss about that time. Discuss about the time. I will ask her for sure what time suits her the best, and we will adapt around it. Like we could start with Barbie, um, as the first topic if
Mhm.
needed. So, but I, I will say like maybe try to find more than just Miss. Like if she says yes, that's great.
Oh yeah,
But
no. The
if
thing
we
is,
have more than one, that could be amazing.
oh no, I'd try to. I don't know. I would need to like. I'm not. I don't know of any others. That's the thing. I would have to try to like see. Like I know. Let's see. There's okay. There's others in like MSK server and stuff that are in there that I could ask, but the thing is I think it would be a no because I know their schedules, and yeah, I don't know where they're all from, but I know their schedules probably wouldn't make it work. Like for example, I know one of them like lives in what's the country again? Fucking hell, I forgot that like Middle Eastern country. What's the name again? It's God. I'm trying to remember the name of the country, but like not like Saudi Arabia or something. It was like let's see. It was. Why? Oh yeah, right. Dubai. Fucking hell. Why did I blank on that for so long? My bad. Anyway, like for example, Dubai and stuff. So I'm sure they wouldn't be available because of their schedules and time zones. But I'll try.
Yeah. Anyway, anything else to add more?
No, that's it. I'll see you later. I guess next week.
Yeah, thank you very much. We will talk later, man. Take care and have a good night.
Yep. You too.